So hey guys, welcome back to a brand new episode on the channel, and today in this episode we are going to build a complete MERN stack application, a simple, cute little social networking and dating site. So how's it going on? Well, we know that as an engineering student we need to build various projects, and with this project you will be able to learn MERN stack at a complete depth, creating backend, creating authentication flows, creating proper API endpoints so that your client can access them, all while building cool and useful, we won't say very useful, but yeah, it's a product which is used by many people, and you can make a specific dating site just for your college as I made for mine. So this is a tutorial explaining that. There are multiple features in this website. Let me show you everything one by one. So the first thing is register. So new user can register, enter your email. So let me enter my mail, and this is my main mail which I always use. So yeah, and then let's create a password for it, and let's try to confirm it, and then click on verify OTP will be sent to our mails. Now that is a very good feature, right? So let's check our mail IDs so that we can, now you can see email has been sent. So we just have to check for our mail. I can't show you all my other mails, so that is why I'm directly opening the mail. So here you can see 0 minutes ago, so I just received this email. So we copy this OTP and then paste it in here, paste it, and boom, we are logged in. And this is our profile. We can select our gender, your name, let's say Ashish, update profile. Cool, this is my other fake account. So currently there are only 2 people and I am those 2 people. So this is the main home page. All right, so we can share anonymous messages here, like people will not know who is sending, so it's totally anonymous. And one more cool feature is that this is a totally anonymous dating site. 2 people will know each other only if they both have a mutual crush on each other. So how does that work? Let's see that as well. So let us send in a new message. Let's say just a hi, how are you? This is a public confession. All right, this is a public messaging portal, so you can like the messages like this and then add replies to them, like wow, let's just say some random message, and then we can like that message as well. And even if I refresh, you will see the likes are properly updated here. I can dislike it as well, like refresh, check the replies, it's disliked, so it just works fine. And these are like the recent accounts which access the website or anything updated on them, so it's that. And then we can post these statuses and updates and all that. And these are profiles. These list all the current profiles which are available on the website, so we can go there. These are their public direct messages and ID, and if we like someone, we can also add them to the crush list. So here I have added them to crush list. Now that particular person will be notified something like someone has a crush on them, right? So now you will see how it works. Just a second, you can see this mail, right? Someone on Kitilo has made you their crush. What if your crush and the person who just made you their crush are the same? So we just add, so these are like promotional mails, something like that, just for the notifying people. So yeah, so now let's try logging in with that particular account. So what I'm going to do is use that account, and then let's do forget password. All right, because this functionality is also there. So let's try forget password. So verify OTP will be sent, and then yeah, just like this. Now we see the OTP. Now we can just copy this OTP, paste it in here, paste in the new password, hit submit, and now we can log in. And then let's just add in this new password, click login, and I'm logged in. Now what I'm going to do is add this person to crush list. Now we both have crush on each other, right? So now I should be getting new mails, like get this mail now because of the mutual crush. You and this guy have crush on each other. It's time to go and confess your love. Best wishes from Team Kitty Love, something like this. and we have the same mail here as well. You and Ashish have a crush on each other, it's time to go and so this is how it basically works. This is very cool. Okay, now let's say you're this guy. We are currently logged in as this guy. I can also send him some personal confessions, like, okay, I'm gonna send hi, how are you, and he will not know who has sent this message. It's like totally anonymous right here. And one more thing to do is I think he will get a new mail, and yeah, someone sent you a message from your profile. So yeah, this will also be notified to the user, and this is how it basically works. Suppose this is my profile. I can select my gender and name, let's say Caldio, and then hit update, and then go to my dashboard. I can make my messages private. Okay, so now when someone comes up to my profile, let's log out and log in as this account, and then we can just do, I think this is the password. Yeah, now if I open this account, I won't be able to see these messages because the account is made private. So there are so many cool features in this website, and trust me, when you completely build it, you will have a proper grasp over MERN stack technologies, how to build React applications. But the prerequisite for this video is that you must have a minimal knowledge of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React. The backend part is totally done, but for the front end, I will majorly leave it on you to build it. So just see how it goes, but trust me, you will just build it if you have at least a basic knowledge of it. So that is it from my side. Let's get on to VS Code, start coding it, and start spreading love via this dating application. See you at the end. And here we are on a VS Code, and first of all, as we are setting up the backend, let's do an npm init, which will initialize the repository, or you can say the directory. So let's just say npm init and then -y. This will basically init a package.json and everything. Then we can install packages into it and the other stuff. So initially I will wanna install something like npm I, let's just say mongoose, which will be using for connecting with MongoDB and making queries. And then let's get a .env, and then let's just get express. If we need anything else, we will just install them later on, but for now these guys should be enough, right? So as soon as the package is installed, you can see this node modules directory and package log.json. And before checking out those, if you see the package.json, you will see those things added into the dependencies. So every package you install, those will be added to the dependencies along with their versioning, right? This way you don't need to send all your packages. Instead, you can just send this package.json to someone and they can just see all the packages and install them automatically when they run npm install. That is how it works. Okay, and coming to this node modules directory, it contains all the packages, all the inbuilt files in those packages. You never share this node modules to anyone. It's a very huge directory with a lot of files and folders, so you basically never share this, but you share the rest of everything, like whenever you push your code to the GitHub and something like that. Now this much part is done. Now let's create a main entry file for our server. So let's just create something called as index.js. Now this index.js will act as the main entry file. Okay, now before we start setting up this index.js, we need to create an express app which could be started here. All right, so for that, what we are going to do is let's create something called an app.js, which will contain our express app. So I'm just going to say const and then express, which is equals to require, and then we will just have our express. That's it. Now we have got the express. Now what we're going to do is we want to create an app here. So let's say const app equals to, and then you can say express and then call it. Now this way your app will be initialized. Now after this, what we need to do is, because this is a server, we need something called as CORS, which will allow the front end to make requests to this particular backend. So for that, let's say const CORS equals to require CORS. Currently there is no CORS, so I'm gonna install it. So let's just do this and then npm I course. That's it, it will be installed automatically. And after this, what we are going to do is we are simply going to do something like having the JSON format. Like for the APIs and everything, we need to have a particular format. So basically, generally everywhere we use JSON format. So that is what we are going to tell this application to use the JSON format. So you will say app.use the express.json format. Now I hope this much part is clear. Now we have done the basic setup of app.js, and now we basically need to export this app.js so that it can be used in other files such as index.js. So let us say module dot exports equals to app, and it will be the default export of this file. So now when we come back to index.js, what we are going to do is, first of all, let's get an application, like import that app. So I'm going to say const app is equals to require and dot slash dot slash, and we can just select this app. Fine. Now this way we have imported the app. Now what we are going to do is we are going to define a port. Now you can call this as like on which port your application is going to run. So let's do something like this: process dot env dot port. Okay, if this doesn't exist, then use the port 3001. Now what does this mean? Now basically, whenever you host your project, the hosting service adds a port to your .env, which is named like this. So whenever you host, it will automatically assign a port. Now that port will be imported here and the server will run on that particular port. Basically, that is how it works. But because we are currently in development, we don't have a hosting port. If it is not there, simply use the port 3001. That is it. If we want, we can also create a .env file here. Let's say .env, and then if we can say port and equal it to 3001 itself, and it's safe. All right, now we have set up the port. Now we just need to start our app, right? So what we do is app.listen. Now we want this app to listen to the port and then after it starts listening, what we want it to do is just make a little log for now. So what we can do is something like, let's make a console log. In this console log, let us say app is up and running on port equals to, let's use these, and then within this let's put in the port. Now if we hit save and if we now try to run the application, let us say, because we are already in the same directory, what we just need to do is node index.js, and you can see app is up and running on port 3001. Great. Now our initial setup of the server is done. Now it's just perfect right now. Now the next step is let's set up a database for our application, which we will initially connect and then use it. So to connect to MongoDB, there are basically two ways. One, local via the MongoDB Compass application, and the other one is MongoDB Atlas, which is a cloud feature which is also available for free, which we can use. So I basically use MongoDB Atlas every single time because it is already hosted online. It's an online service, so we can use it basically anytime. So to get it, what you need to do is search for MongoDB Atlas, and once you have it, let's come here, Atlas database, click on sign in, and basically sign in with any of your accounts. And once you're signed in, you will see a page something like this. Now click on these projects, click on view all projects. We basically need to create a new project here. So what we're going to do is click on the new project, and here let's give it a name. Let us name it dating app. Okay, now that is it. Now what we need to do is click on next. Currently I don't have any other members or anything, so keep it like this. I will be the project owner, and then create project, and our project is ready. Now once the project is ready, we need to start by creating a cluster for it. So now let's click on create here, and we have these templates here. We are going to choose the free tier, so it will give you a storage of 512 MB, so you cannot use it for like production grade applications. It's just for development purposes with a very minimal storage, and it will be a shared RAM and vCPU. So it's basically not for production applications because it is a free tier, so it's basically slow. And keep all these things in the default things, and once it's done, click on create deployment. And let's just quickly complete this, and it will take a few moments of time before it can work. So here is your username and password. I want you to save these things. All right, so once you have copied it, we can basically click on choose a connection method. Okay, it is telling us to set up a permission below, so let's click on create database user. It's created now. If we click on choose a connection method, we're gonna click on drivers, and then we just need to copy this particular URL. Once you copy it, click on done. Now quickly come back to the .env file. We have something called Mongo URL here, and then paste this thing right up here. Now you need to make some things here. Now if you basically notice, the username and password are used here. Now basically they are already there, but sometimes it is not there, so you basically paste the things you just copied. Fine, I hope that point is clear. Now if we close the .env file, now we basically need to connect it into our application, the MongoDB database, right? So to import the environment variables, what we need to do is we need to use the .env package. Now I think we have already installed it. Yes, it is already there. So what we can basically do is directly use it. So require, what you need to do is simple, just say .env /config. That is all. And once this import is done, we can basically import the mongoose as well. So const mongoose equals to require mongoose. At MongoDB it's mongoose. Fine. Now once it's done, what we need to do is we need to make a connection to the database, right? So what we are going to do here is, let's say something like mongoose. We got this mongoose. Now mongoose dot connect. Now after in this connect, we need to pass in the Mongo URL. Now because it's in the .env file, what we're going to say is process.env dot Mongo URL. Basically this much. And then what we'll do is we'll say dot then. Now in this dot then, what we're going to say is we will have a callback function. Now once it's connected, we will say make a log. Now let's just say connected to MongoDB or something like that. MongoDB connection successful. I think this should be fine. Now once it's done, one second, let me just make it properly formatted. Perfect. Now after the dot then, if there are any errors, we will use the catch function. Let's say it takes error as a parameter. Now we can say something like this, and with this error what we are going to do is basically log the error. So we can do this, connection failed, MongoDB connection failed, and then we can just put in this error here. Okay, before this put them in the backticks, and it is just fine now, right? Now we can hit save and it's properly formatted. And now what we need to do is when we connect again, we'll see either this log or either the connection failed log, right? So let's just rerun our server. C app is running on port 3001, MongoDB connection successful. Now we are basically properly connected with the database. Now we can use all its functions and everything. Now let's start actually building schemas and API calls and functionalities via the database and the server, right? So the first thing what I'm going to do is create a model directory. Now if we open this up, within this dating app tutorial, I will create something called as model. And now within this model, I will create a user model.js. Now what will this user model.js file actually contain? So it is basically going to contain the schema of the user model, which we will be using to store users data into the database. So how are we going to use it? So first things first, we need to import a few things from Mongoose so that we can actually use them. So what I'm going to say is we're going to import schema and the model from Mongoose, obviously. So require Mongoose, and fine. Once it is done, let's create a schema. So let's say const user schema. Now this guy is going to contain a schema. So as you can see my screen now, we have this thing called schema, and in these curly braces we have its structure. So each user will have an email which will be of type string, and it is required to be. Without this email, the user cannot be created into the database. Alright, and same thing goes for password. It is a string as well, and it is also required. Then we will have a username. If the username is not passed, the database will still save it because we have not given required true here. Then the user will have a name which is of type string, bio, his gender, her gender, and then the photo which will be in buffer format and content type string because it's basically a photo, right? We are not sending it via link, we are just directly uploading it via buffer. All right, has photo is just a basic boolean like telling if the user has a display picture or not. And then we have a crush count. Now basically this is a basic number which stores how many crushes the user has, and then the crush list which references each of the other users. Now this is a user model, and here in this crush list we are basically referencing to other users here. All right, so we are just getting the object ID that will be the type of this element within the array. Now each element within this array will have an object ID type. Now, and it is we are referencing to the user model, so it's basically user. Fine. And then we have DMs which will be an array type string, and this will be the initial message into all the users DMs. And then is private, it means some users wanna have their account public and some wanna have it private, so it's basically for that. And after that we have this thing called timestamps true. So whenever a new user is created or updated, it will automatically update the time in the database, right? That is what this timestamps true does. Now once we have this much, what we are going to do is we will simply say module.exports.user is equals to model, and then put in a user here, and then pass in the user schema. Now with this we have successfully created a user schema for us. Now the next thing we can work on is a controller which can have functions for this user model. Now, as you know, our website is going to contain OTP verification by sending mails and stuff. We need to integrate an email service first to actually create a register functionality for the users. And to do that, we are going to use Gmail's SMTP service for the mailings service. So what we're going to do, what I want you to do is basically open your Google account page of the account you are going to use. Now basically when we made this application live, we created a new mail called kittylove@gmail.com, something like that, and use that, which will make the user see that particular email when they receive an email from the application, right? So what is the next step is you go to the security and then basically click on scroll down, and then we should see this two-step verification. Click on this two-step verification. Once you are here, click on this app passwords, click on here. You can just create a new one here. I'm going to say dating app. Yeah, this is the mail I used previously as well, so dating app 2 I will name it for now. Click on create and you will get this password. Alright, I'm just going to copy this password. You can create your own and then click on done. Now basically, to use this dating app 2 thing, what we are going to do is go to VS Code again, go to the .env, and here we're going to have two things. One, the auth email, and the other one will be the auth pass. Alright, now in this auth pass, I want you to paste that same password which you just copied, and in the email you use, I mean your email, so ashishnal90@gmail.com. that is the email I'm going to use, right? Don't worry, after this project I will remove all these credentials, so it's just fine. That's why I'm showing them up in this video. So it's basically fine, right? Now after this stuff, what we are going to do is create a new folder called controllers. Let's name it controller, and in here what we are going to do is create a new file called a user controller. Now this is a good file structure so that you have everything modularized, right? That's why I'm creating proper file name, folder names and file names, so that's the reason. Now if we create this user controller.js, all our user related functionalities will be just right here. So let's download some more packages. Let's install a few more packages here. We are currently not using it, so let's just clear it. So we will need something called as an OTP generator to generate OTPs for us. So OTP generator, and then we will also need something called as node mailer, which is used to send in mails or create a mailing service. And if we hit enter, it should automatically install those and we can continue with our work. So the first thing I'm going to do is import this OTP generator. So let's get this OTP generator, and then let's just do require, and in this require let's do OTP generator. Similarly, we also need to import the node mailer service. So const node mailer is equals to require node mailer. Perfect. Now we have these things set up. Now the next thing we need to do is import the user's model schema which we just created before this. So I'm going to say const user equals to require. So what we're going to do is // model / from the user model. Just perfect. Now after this, we will also need to have an OTP model which will be imported here. So let's just quickly create the OTP model here. So within the model, let's create a new file called OTP model.js, and in this OTP model.js, what we are going to do is again use the same thing, and then we have the schema model right now. Now after this, what we are going to do is let's just create directly use an exports function. Exports dot OTP is equals to, let's create a model. Now using this model, the name of the model will be OTP, and after that what we can do is add in a schema. Now within the schema we'll have a similar schema. Let's just quickly type it in. Email will be of type string, and then after this we will have required true, right? We will have the email, and then we will have something called as the, obviously, the OTP, and then we will have its type to be string, and it will also be a required field, so required true, right? Now after that we are going to have something like created at, to store the date and time of its creation, so we will keep it a time type of date. D should be capital here, and then by default it will have a value which is date dot now, right? And after this we will have another field here called index, and we will give it an expires. Now what does this basically state is that after the OTP is created, after 300 milliseconds it will automatically be expired. That is what it states. And once we have this much, what we are going to have is our timestamps. Okay, I think these will be here, so we can create timestamps and set it to true so that we have them. Can remove these. Now it should be fine. The structure, we just need to put in a comma here, and yeah, just fine. Now this is basically the structure of the OTP model which we will be using. Now coming back to the user controller, what we can do here is, because we have created that OTP model, let's just quickly import it. Let's just say const OTP equals to require dot slash, and then get into the model directory, and then the OTP model. Just fine. Now we need to set up a transporter using the node mailer, so we'll just say const, and then let's call it transporter equals to, we'll use the node mailer service, so node mailer dot create transport. Now within this, what we are going to do is basically provide some things here, like the details about the service. So the service is Gmail, we are going to use Gmail, and then we are going to give it a host which will be smtp.gmail.com. this will be the host, and then we're going to give it a port. Let's just basically give the port 465 for now, and then give secure, right, true, it is secure, and then we pass in the authentication details which we saved in the .env file. So the user will be process.env.the auth email, and the password or the pass will be process.env.the auth pass. Alright, that much is fine. Now if we can save this much, the transporter is ready to be used. Now let's work on the sign up or register user functionality. So what I'm going to do is, let's create the sign up functionality. So module, I'm directly exporting it right away because we don't need to export each things later on, so I'm just directly exporting it. So module.exports.signup, and after doing this we can just directly import the signup anywhere we want. Alright, so it's going to be async function because it's a backend call basically. So request comma response, these are the two parameters it takes. Now we are using arrow functions here, right? Now once we have this much, we are going to use try catch blocks. So in the catch, we'll work on the catch later on. In the try, what we're going to do is try to create a new user. So first we will check if the user already exists or not. If he doesn't exist, then we will create a new user. If he already exists, we will show him an error that he's already exists, something like that. Okay, so we are going to say await and then user model dot find one, and find one with the email which request body.email. Now what does this basically mean? In the request we will send a body, a JSON body which will contain an email, and after extracting that email we will check if that email, with that email, a user already exists in the database. If yes, we are going to show an error. If not, then we are going to proceed with the next steps. All right, so this should be fine. After having this much, we'll check if the user exists. If its value is not null, in that case we will return a response dot status 400, and then we will send in a message dot send, and let's send a basic JSON where we will have a success equals to false, and then we will have a message saying user already exists. Just fine. Okay, now if the user already exists, this will be returned and the function will end right away. To keep it nice, let's add if user already exists. We do this. If new user comes in, we will generate an OTP for him. That is what we are basically doing. Fine. So let's create a new OTP. Let's say const OTP is equals to OTP generator dot generate. We want a 6-digit OTP, so a 6, and then we will make the configuration of the OTP. So it will be digits, right? We are going to have digits, and after that, after the digits, lowercase alphabets will be false because we don't want those, and then uppercase alphabets, these will be false as well, and then special characters, these will be false as well. We only need OTPs with digits, basically. That's it. And once it's done, let's extract the email. So const email equals to request dot body dot email, and then we will have the username, const username equals to email dot split. Now we get this email. Out of this email we are going to extract the username by removing the @gmail.com and stuff from there. So what we are going to say, email dot split at the rate. Once we have split it, we will select the first one, which will be the username. Okay, and then we are going to convert this to lowercase, and now we will have our username extracted out of the email. Now once we have this much, we are going to create something called as mail options. Okay, now coming to the mail options, let's create them like mail options, and within this we are going to have something called as from where we are sending the mail. So I'm going to pass in our very own email, so process.env dot auth email, right? This will be the from. The to will be the email we just extracted, so the email, and then the subject of the email will be something like verify your email. Okay, verify your email. After this we need to send in an HTML, the content of the mail. All right, here I will simply copy paste an HTML code and then show you a basic glimpse of it later on. So here's the HTML. Now it's a basic HTML design, But notice some key points here. We should have a body tag, and here is slash body tag, so that everything under this comes properly. And then this is some basic table structure, and then we are passing in the username which we extracted, and the OTP is also being passed. Because this is in backticks, we can add variables like this. So this is the HTML which will be sent, and once we have this HTML stuff done, what we are going to do is, one second, we will have this OTP. So let's use const OTP equals to new OTP. Now in this OTP we will have our email, and then the OTP which will be being passed is the OTP which was generated by the OTP generator, right? Once we have this much, what we have next is something called as a salt. Now what does this salt mean? Now this is basically encryption and decryption of your OTPs, so that someone else who is playing around with your network cannot actually see the actual content. You do encryption and decryption for OTPs and as well as your passwords, right? That is what it is used. So here we'll say await, and then we will use a package called bcrypt because it's not already installed. Let's just do npm i bcrypt. Okay, just a second. Yeah, hit enter. And then when we have this npm i bcrypt, we also need to import it at the top. So let's just say const bcrypt equals to require bcrypt. That is it. After this, we will also need something called as Axios. We will install it when we need it. All right. So for now, let's just continue with what we are currently working on. So await bcrypt, and here what we need to do is get a .gensalt. Gensalt basically works asynchronously, creating a security level. Now here 10 is basically defines the security level, like how much encryption is needed, something like that. And then we will extract the OTP dot the OTP out of it, and we will hash that OTP. So we'll do await bcrypt dot hash. Now it will hash our OTP. Okay, so OTP dot OTP, we get the original OTP, hash it using the salt settings, and it will save this OTP hash version into the actual MongoDB database, not the original OTP directly. It will hash it and then store it. All right, and we will have to make an update to save it, right? So we'll say result await OTP dot save. Now it will be saved into the database perfectly fine. Now the next thing is we have to send in the mail await transporter dot send mail. Now in this send mail, we will pass in the mail options we had, and then we will say dot then. Now in this dot then, we will again use an arrow function, and then we will do response dot status. Status code is 200, which stands for OK. This response is OK. And then we'll say dot JSON. We are going to send in some JSON, and the JSON is going to be success true, and then message email has been sent. Mail has been sent. Perfect. Now after this, what we are going to do is use a catch as well. So dot catch, get the error. Okay, and here we will basically log. You can do something like error sending email, and then you can just put in the error here, error.message. It should be just fine. Now once this is done, we can make a written ending the function. Okay, now here in the catch block of the main try catch block, what we are going to do is we will simply say log error, which will log us any errors if we have them, and then let's send a response as well, response.status 400, and then dot send success false, and then the message stating server error. Okay, this should be fine. Now we have one functionality set up properly. Now we need to test this functionality. So to test it, we actually need to create a router first. And to create a router, let's create a directory called router, and in this we will create something called as a user router, which will have the routes to all the user specific functionalities. Now in this user router.js, first thing we need to import the router from Express. So const router equals to require, and then we're going to say Express. Fine. Now once we have these, now let's import the functionality from the user controller. I'm going to say const, and then I'm going to get the sign up. We are going to get it from require. Let me just confirm the name. Yeah, it's sign up. We come here, just perfect. Dot slash, we go to the controller slash user controller. Fine. Now we have the sign up functionality fetched. After this, what we are going to do is we'll just say router dot post. Now it's a post request, so we will have this post request, and here we will pass in the sign up, which will be the route endpoint, API endpoint, and then pass in this function, which is sign up, which we just imported. Hit save, and then we also need to export this router. So we'll say module dot exports equals to router, which will be the default export. Now we need to include this router into our app.js. All right, so if we go to our app.js, here what we basically need to do is here we'll say app.use / user. Now I will explain you what it is, just a second. User router. Now we need to import this user router as well. So we can do something like this, and then require that slash. We can go to the router / user router, just fine. Now this much part is done. Now what I'm going to do is clear and then node index.js to check if it's working fine. Okay, we have some error here in the OTP model. So the error is basically because we have to remove these, and now we can give it a try again. Okay, there is some basic syntax error. It's not this, it's module.exports.otp. Now if we run it again, we should see fine. Okay, another error, router is not defined. If we go to user router, okay, we need to create a router here. So router equals to new router. Okay, we don't need new here, we just need to initialize it, so it should be fine this way. Now if we save it, run it again, okay, the app is up and running on port 3001. Connection is successful. Now we can try seeing if it is working or not. So for that API testing, I will use Postman. Okay, so here I am on Postman. You can just install it. It's free and available. So let's create a blank collection and then let's name it dating app. All right, now within this, let's create a request, add a request. Now we are working on a post. So here this will be our base URL to this. As in the code, if we can see, we have made things like the app.js slash user. So first of all, we need to append slash user here, and then if we go to the user router, we have slash signup, right? So here we'll say slash signup. Now what is the information we are passing on to the body? So if we go to the body and then click on raw here, let's have a JSON, and here we'll pass in the email, and I'll pass in the email to be, let's say, Ashish Lana@gmail.com, and this should be fine. And going to the headers, we need to set the content type to application/JSON. It should be fine. If we click on send, success false, we see a server error. Now why is it so? If we come here, let me just close all of these ones, go to user controller again, we are basically seeing this server error. So what I'm going to do is here, instead of putting in server error, let's put, okay, I think we should see an error here, cannot access user before initialization. Where is it happening? In here there is some error. Okay, my bad. This is going to be a capital U. If it's save and then rerun our server, node.index.js. Now if we come back to the request, make the request, again I see a server error. Okay, to dot lowercase is not a function, my bad. So it should be a capital C here, and then this. If we hit save now, no more errors, I hope so. Let's retry it, and let's make a request, and I think it's fixed this time. Okay, so guys, successfully it is running now. You can see success true and message email has been sent. And if I show you the email, I received the email from this, verify your email is the subject, and this is the HTML which we added. And hello Ashish Nalana, your OTP is this, the OTP is valid only for 5 minutes. Now isn't that great, guys? Right, now this is good. Now let me tell you a little bonus tip. So see, every time we are making an update, we are doing node.index.js again and again. Instead of that, we can use something called nodemon. So if we use npm I nodemon and just install it, what it will do is restart your server every time it detects some change in your code base. So this time we will run, okay, just clear it once, clear nodemon index.js. Now it's running. Okay, it started running. Right now every time we make a change, let's say find one, I am removing it, the E. Now I will get a syntax error. Okay, I didn't get any error. Okay, it will give me an error when I make a request or something. So let me show you. See, false server error, and we see this error, find one is not a function. But as soon as I update it and hit save, it will restart, and this time it will work. So that is how nodemon basically works. So it's real good help. All right, So the next thing to work on will be the OTP verification, because right now we are not saving the user into the database yet. We're just sending in the emails, so we will have to like send him up. So what I'm going to do is go to the data itself. So if we can refresh, go to our clusters, go to browse collections. Now you can see we have no OTPs because it's automatically deleted. We don't have users right now because no one was actually saved. Oh, and if you are wondering like how do these guys got created here, we haven't created anything. Now as soon as we run the server will initialize them in the database itself. So that is how they were created here. All right, now that much part is done. Now we need to work on our OTP verification. Now once this OTP verification is done, then we can then the actual user will be registered into the database. All right, so let's write function code for that. So module dot exports. Now here let's make it verify OTP, and then what we're going to say is async. Again we will have a request and then we'll have a response, and in here we will have a try catch block again. And within the try, what we're going to do is get the email from the body. So we'll say request dot body dot email dot to lowercase. All right, after getting the email, we need to check if the user exists. If const user equals to await user dot find one again. Now in this find one, we are again using the same email. So we can just remove this. We don't actually need to lowercase it because it's the actual email. So we can just pass in the email here, hit save. And after this, what we're going to do is we're going to check if the user exists. We'll do the same thing as we did over here. Copy it and then paste it here, just fine. Okay, and once we are done with this, let's create a OTP holder. So const OTP holder, something like this, and then dot length. Okay, first we need to get it. So OTP holder is going to be the OTP dot the model. Okay, so the schema one, the OTP dot find, and then here we will put in something like the email again. So we will find the OTP from the email, and then once we have it, if we don't find any OTP, if OTP holder does not exist, so you can put in something like this. If it does not exist, what we are going to do is return response dot status 404 not found dot send, or instead of send we can also put in a JSON, and in the JSON let's put in a message. The message is going to OTP expired or invalid, OTP expired or invalid, and then we are going to, now this much part is done. Okay, now after this what we are going to do is check the OTP, right? So guys, real quick, one small update here. We just need not have it like this. Here we will have check by the length. So if the length comes out to be, let's say 0, then we don't have anything. That means we will return an error like OTP expired or invalid. And once it's done, we will have const write OTP find, like a checker if we found the right OTP. So we are going to say OTP holder, and within this we'll pass in the OTP holder again, and dot length -1. Okay, this should be fine. Now after this write OTP, what do we say it, write OTP find, what we are going to do is we are going to check if it's a valid user or not. So we are going to check for the valid user, so we'll say await and then bcrypt dot compare. Now we are comparing between the request.body.otp. The user gets the request into his mail and he passes on this OTP in the next screen. So from there we are getting this OTP, so request.body.otp, and we are comparing it with write OTP find.otp, right? So you can say this. Now it should be working fine, the validating user thing. And let's use camel case everywhere, and once we are done with this, we'll check if not valid user. If there is no valid user, in that case return response dot status 403 and then dot json message invalid user. This should be fine. After this, we need to get a password from the user, right? So for that, what we are going to do is let's get const password equals to await bcrypt dot hash. Again we are going to pass in the password request dot body dot password, simple thing, and the salt level is 10. Perfect, we got the password. Again we need to have the username, so we are auto generating the username for the user. Const username is equals to email dot split at the rate, and then we need to get the 0. Okay, we have this. Now we got the username. Now we need to compare the emails, so write OTP find dot email equals to request dot body dot email, and then we also need to check if we have the valid user. If all these things are properly fine, then what we can do is OTP find that email. Yeah, this much part is done. Now once we have this much, what we're going to say is save this user into the database. So const user equals to new user. Here we will have a capital U, and then we have to pass his details, so password, and then we got the username, and then we got the has photo is initially going to be false, right? Now we need to put in our tokens as well. Now because after the user registers, we also need to pass in a token, so that he can use that to log in later on. So we need to have a function called which can generate as a JWT token for us. So what we are going to do is into the user model we are going again, and in here we will write a function. So we have this user schema, and to it we are going to add a method. So we'll say methods dot, the method name will be generate JWT, and this will be a function. And within this function, what we are going to do is, first thing, we are saying const token equals to JWT. So we need to install a package called as Okay, let's do it here. So npm I JSON web token. That is it, right? Yep. JSON web token. It will be installed. So at the top, we can import it. So const jw2 equals to require. Yep. So here we can say JSON web token. Fine. Now here we got this JWT dot sign. And now within this function, what we need to do is pass in an ID. So ID is going to be this dot underscore ID. Now this works like an internal method or internal function. Database handles it itself. We don't need to do anything, right? We can directly call it using Mongoose. I'll show that to you within a few moments of time. So just come along with me. So we'll set the email to be this dot email, and then after we have this much information, what we are going to do is add something like the JWT secret. So process.env dot JWT secret key. Now we need to add this JWT secret key to r.env. So if you can come here, paste it, give any random string. Now just make sure after the production you don't change this JWT secret key again and again. So you just fix it once in the production, right? So we have this JWT secret key, and once we have this much, what we are going to do is we'll set it and expires in. It means the token will expire in 7 days. Okay, and once we have this much, we can hit save, and once we have this, we can return our token. Okay, now this much is fine. Now in the user controller, back to user controller again. Now within this user controller, we need to generate this token again and pass it in the response, right? So for that, what we can do is after this creation of user right here, what we are going to do is let's generate the token. So const token equals to user dot generate JWT. So generate JWT, it will give you the token. So now once we have the token, we will save it to the database. Result equals to await this user dot save. Fine. Once we have this much, and then we just need to delete the OTP. So we will name it something like this, OTP delete, and then await OTP dot delete many, and we will just delete the OTP with this name email. So email write OTP fine dot email. Fine. And once we have this much, what we are going to do is return response dot status 200 dot send, and within this success true, and then message user created successfully, and then we also pass in our token which we created, and then we'll pass in the user details as well, the result after being saved into the database. Now all this only when the right OTP like this if condition is satisfied. What if it is not? So let's add an else condition, and then we will return a error, right? So status, the status code will be 400, and then dot send success is going to be false, and then the message will simply be invalid OTP. I think this much is clear. And once we're done with this, we can just catch the error, and then let's log the error. And once we have this much, let's do response dot status is going to be 400, and then dot send success false, and then the message will be the server error. Okay, I hope this much part is clear. Now this functionality is almost done. Okay, app is up and running, and let's try resending the sign up so that we receive an OTP. And what we will do is name it sign up. It's saved now, and after that we will create a new post request called as verify OTP. So before proceeding with sign up, we need to add this functionality to the user router. So let's name it something like, let's copy paste this, and if we check onto the user router, let's import that verify OTP, pass it in here, the verify OTP function, and to this we will give signup slash verify. This should be good, and I think we are fine with here. Now in the sign up, okay, email has been sent. Now sign up slash verify, and then in the headers we pass in content type application JSON, and in the body we pass in the email. Email is going to be ashisnalan@gmail.com. Then we have to pass in the OTP. Here is the new OTP I received. So if we come here, pass in this OTP, and then we need to pass in a password as well. So let's add 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0 for now. And if we click on send, I have a false. Let's check on the error, reading OTP. Okay, we have something wrong here. It is not able to read this OTP. Line number 143 I see. So here request.body.otp, I think it is fine. So guys, the issue is we need an await here so that it knows and waits for the proper OTP. We can try sending it again. Okay, so you can see the user is created successfully. Now the OTP is verified, and if we go to our database, click on users, you see we have the details. The password is encrypted, has photo false, currently crush list empty, and everything is just working fine. And yeah, we have everything needed. Okay, so now let's start with this sign in functionality. So we come here, let's create a new function. So module dot exports dot sign in equals to async request comma response. Then we have this much, and then again a try catch block as we usually do. Now again we just need to get the email and check if it works. So I'll directly paste it here. Right, now we got the email. Now we will get a hashed password, right? So const hashed password is equals to await user dot password. Cool. After that we will have to compare it. Now here you can also make it like if not user exists. If the user doesn't exist, in that case we will return response dot status 404 not found dot JSON or send, you can do anything. So let's put in message user do not exist, and then we can pass in a success false. Perfect. Now we have this. Now coming to the hashed password, we get the password user.password, and once we have the hashed password, we're going to check its validity. So is valid is equals to await bcrypt dot compare. We are going to compare request dot body dot password and compare it with this hashed password, and it will return as a true or false. And then we'll check if, and what we are basically checking is if user exists and is valid, gives us a true. In that case, what we will do is we will generate a token. Const token is equals to user dot generate JWT, and once we are generating this JWT, we will say response dot status 200, which states okay, the response is okay, I mean the request is fine. So in here what we will be sending is success is true, and then we'll say message user logged in, and then we will pass in the user details here, which will be underscore id user dot underscore id. Now this underscore id, MongoDB automatically creates a unique id for each document which is being stored, right? So let's get an email user dot email, and then username user dot username, fine. And these are all the things we pass in for the user. Once we have this much, let's pass in the token as well. Done. And I think we are good to go with this much. We can remove this. And okay, now it's all good. Now after this if condition, we will have an else as well. Here we'll say response dot send success is going to be false, and then message is going to be incorrect email or password. Fine. Now after this we will have our catch, which will obviously be similar to this one. So just copy and paste it in here. Server error, just fine. Let's make it some error occurred to make a differentiation. Now hit save. Now we can try this login route, but before trying it up, we need to put it in. So we need to get the sign in as well. Copy. Now here we can make it sign in, and here we can just add this sign in function. That should be just fine. Okay, am I missing anything? Okay, yeah, it's a quote. That should be fine. Now once we are done with this, so now we are supposed to make this post request to user/sign-in. I will hit save it here, and then coming to headers, let's add content type application JSON, and in the body let's pass in our email, and then the password, okay. I think it should work, and you see true user logged in, we see the token and everything. If I may make a mistake in the password, I should see incorrect email or password. So it's working just fine. So we have right now we have implemented the register functionality using OTP and OTP verification, and we have also implemented API endpoint for the login. So now we are almost done with the user controller part. There are just two more functionalities to add. One will be to, that is to like reset the password, like to give an if the user forgets his or her password, he should be able to reset his password. So how will that functionality work? So basically, first when he selects the forget password functionality, we will ask him to enter his username or email and then send him a mail with an OTP. Now, and then he verifies with that OTP, and once he verifies, then he will be add in a new password for his account. That is how the process will work. So let's just start implementing that particular functionality. So we can simply do here module dot exports dot, the name will be something like send OTP for password reset. All right, now here what we are going to do is, within this will be an async function as usual. So request comma response, and then the arrow function. So here within this again we are going to have a try catch block. So most of the part here is already similar. So to save up some time, what I'm going to do is copy paste the code and then explain you the things which are different and new here. All right, so as you can see here, first we are getting the user from the email from the request body, and then if the user does not exist, we are just simply sending a message user does not exist. And then similarly as we did previously, we're generating a new OTP and extracting the username right from the email, and then these are the mail options, the auth email to that email from the user, and verify your email will be the subject, and this is the basic HTML body, and we are passing in the username and the OTP as usual, and then we save this OTP, and then we use the same bcrypt salt settings to verify the OTP, and then we send in this mail. And the basic caching errors, like if there is any errors in the try blocks, then we will have these errors in the cache, fail to send email or server error, just everything is almost similar. Now we have another functionality, that is to verify this password and add a new password, right? So let's just add that as well. So as you can see here, we have this function added, that is verify OTP and reset password. So now in the request body we will have the OTP and the new passwords, right? So with that we will be first getting the email, we'll check for the user, do we have this email, and if not user, we'll just user does not, we'll just return user does not exist. And then again we'll try to verify the OTP, that is it the correct OTP or not, as we did previously in the verification while user registration. it's the same thing, and then we just get a new password, we hash that password, and then we are going to compare it, and after comparing we'll just return the status: password reset successful, if not invalid OTP or server errors, right? I hope this much part is clear for you. And basically with this functionality done, we are almost done with user controller, and now we basically need to implement this in the user router so that these functionalities could be accessed. So that is what this is basically is. So if we move on to user router, here first of all let's import them. The first one is send OTP for password reset, and then we have verify OTP and reset password. So let's copy this, and first let's have a forget password route. So here you can say forget password, and here you can set in send OTP for password reset, and then we have forgot password slash verify. Now in this route we can have this verify OTP and reset password, just fine, right? Now this much part is done. Now these routes are also ready to use. So now what we are going to do is test these on Postman. So now moving on to Postman, I've already created this. This will be the URL. I've already added the headers and the body. So this is the email. Let's click on send and let's see if it is sending. Okay, we cannot get it, so it's a post request basically. So right click on send. Okay, I see some server error. Let's see what it is about. So we get MongoDB connection failed. If we check the error properly, MongoDB connection is failed, could not connect to any servers. Alright, one thing we need to change in the MongoDB settings. Let me just quickly show that to you. So here I am on my project settings. So what we basically need to do is in the left navbar, go to network access, and here you can see my IP, right, which I'm not supposed to show. So what I'm going to do is click on add IP address, and then you can just add like allow access from anywhere just for development purposes. Later when you have something like on a production, you can add your production IP address here. Alright, but for now I'm going to do allow access from anywhere, and let's click on confirm. It will take a few minutes of time to activate this, and once it's done, we don't need this IP address currently, but I'll let it be there, so it's just fine. Alright, so this way now you can see it is active. Now if we come back here, let's try to reload it. So now it should be reload, and now let's click on send again. So as you can see here, we get a success true, email has been sent, and if we check our email, the email is right here, verify your email. So hello Krishna, your OTP is here, and yep, we got the new OTP. So now what we need to do is we need to check the other route, because I want to change my password, right? So let's save this for now, and this is the other route, which is user slash forget password slash verify. Now in here within the body, we send the email, we send the new password. I've changed the password to QWERTY, and then we add our OTP here. So let's just copy this, pasted it here, and we should be good. Now if we click on send, okay, we got an error. This is a post request, right? And yeah, success true, password reset successful. Now let's try logging in with the new password. This is the old password, so incorrect email or password. Let's get the new password and click on send, and you see the password is updated successfully. So that is how this works. And with that, we have completely implemented the user controller. Now we need to work on this something called as profile controller, where it basically has functionalities like update profiles, fetch profiles and everything like that. So let's just get started with it. So within this controller directory, I will create a new file called the profile controller.js. Now we have this profile controller.js. So the first thing we need to do is import a package called fs, which stands for file system, which gives us ability to work on the file systems in the server. So let's just get that. So here, if I open up a new terminal and say npm install fs, it should add it, and yep, it's now added. And after that, what we're gonna do is import the user model. So user equals to require dot slash, we go into the model and fetch the user model. I think this much is clear. Fine. Now the first functionality will be the update profile, right? So let's just do module dot exports dot update profile. Now here we do async, and then again we get the request and we send in a response. So this will be an arrow function, so it will be something like this. And then we do a try catch block, and within the try, first we'll get the name and gender. So const name comma gender. Now these will be sent in the fields in the body. So we can do something like request dot fields. Now to give you a better understanding of this, what we should do is, for now, let's just do nothing, just hit save. Okay, what we need to do is, like, because this is an update profile route, any user cannot directly access it. He should only be able to access it if he or she are currently logged in to their account. Then and only then they should be able to update their profile. So we need to make a proper check that the current user who is trying to make an update request is the actual user himself or herself, right? So what we are going to do is, we are going to build something like a middleware which will check if this is the right profile or not. So what we are going to do is, we are going to add in a folder called as middleware, and now within this folder we will have a file called auth middleware, okay, .js. And now within this auth middleware we are going to verify just that. Okay, so first thing, const will get the JWT imported, right? So require JSON web token, second, we have it now. And after this, what we are going to get is the .env. So const .env equals to, now we need to import this .env every time we are going to use the process.env, so that we can initialize it and use the env variables. All right, and here we just say .env, and after this we just need to configure the .env. So .env .config, cool. Now after this we create a function called user middleware, okay, and this function will contain request, the response, and one more thing which is called as next. Now this next is used to, okay, everything is verified, you can go to the next part. That is why we use this next parameter. All right, so first things first, we need to get the JWT token. So get the JWT token, right? And we will be passing in the user token from the headers itself, because sending the tokens in the request body is not a very good idea. We should always send them using headers. So basically authorization headers. So here you can say headers dot authorization, that is it. And after this, after getting the JWT token, we can say try catch, or we can do one thing, we can just get it here itself, within the try walk, and after getting the JWT token we need to get a decoded value of it. So const decoded value is equals to JWT dot verify. Now in this verify function we need to pass in this JWT token, and then we need to pass in our secret. So process dot env dot, and then the JWT secret key we had. If we see the .env, we added this JWT secret key, right? So it is being used here as well. So now we got a decoded value. Now after that we are going to check if the decoded value dot email exists. If there is an existing email, we will get the what do we say, we will get the username. So const username equals to decoded value dot email, and then dot split at the @ and then get the first guy. That is it. Now we have the username. After that we get the request.email equals to, we set the request parameters now, so we are just sending decoded value dot email, and then request dot underscore id is going to be decoded value dot underscore id, and then we will also be sending the username. So request dot username equals to the username we extracted. And once we have all this information, I'm saying next, like go to the next step. That is what it is saying. But if we don't have the decoded value dot email, in that case what we are going to do is simple, response dot json, and within this json we will say success false, and after that message you are not authenticated. Simple thing. Okay, and once we have this, we have our catch block. So here we can simply do response.json success is going to be false, not like this, it's a boolean, so false, and then message will be simple invalid token. All right, now we have this middleware setup. Now what we need to do is export it. So module dot exports user middleware, and we are good to go. Now we can easily implement use it. And now if we go to the router, now if we are supposed to go to the user router, and in this user router let's create a route for that thing. So before using that, we are using the function from the profile controller, right? So let's try importing that first. So we'll say const, and then paste this much, and here controller profile controller, you can remove this, and from the profile controller we want to import this update profile, and yep, we have it. Now after we get this much, we need something called as express formidable. Now if you see here, we were using something called as request.fields. So what does this express formidable does is that it will modify your body so that it can pass in like multiple fields to us. I'll show you, just stay along with me. So what it is express formidable. So this should be it. If we hit enter, and yeah, it will start installing it. So now after this, now we have express formidable. Now let's try importing that as well. So here we can say const formidable equals to require express formidable Now we have it. Now we also need to have the user middleware, which we just created. So user middleware is equals to require, and here we just say dot slash middleware slash the auth middleware. Simple thing. Now we have this thing set up. Now what we need to do is we need to make an update request. So basically when we are sending some information, we use the post request, right? Because this time we are updating something, we are going to use the put request. So we'll say router dot put, and in this put request what we'll be sending is we'll have something like slash update, and then we will have something like slash PID, the profile ID. Okay, this will be the profile ID, or you can say the user ID, from which we can get the user details. All right, now after this we will be passing in the user middleware, which will act as an authentication check, and once the authentication check is done, we will call the formidable function so that it formats the request body and into fields, and then we use the update profile function. Right, now this will be the route. Now in here we can close auth middleware. Now in the update profile functionality we can start working now. So I hope now you're clear with what this request.fields mean. Okay, and now coming to the next part, let's get the photo as well from the request.fields itself, request.files. Now not fields, from the files, because it's a photo, so it will be in the format of a file, right? So that is basically it. Now after this what we are going to do is we will use switch case statements if there is a photo, if there is not, if some information is available or some information is not available. So for that, let's use something kind of a switch case statement. So here we'll use switch true, and in here what we are going to do is if we don't have a name, in that case return. Now this is basically error handling. Okay, if there is no name, in that case what we will do is response.status will be 500. 500 states for internal server error basically, and then send, and in this we will be sending in success as false obviously, and then message will be name is required. Now basically the put request, you have to send in all the details. Like if some detail is not present, it can't be like run nicely. That's why we need to have send in all the details, and we are making particular checks as well. Now after this case we will have another case, which will be case not of gender. If we don't have a gender, then also we are going to send in something similar, so we can just copy paste it and update that. So it will be 500, and then success is false, and then here we can just simply say gender is required. Now the next case will be case if we have a photo and the photo is like too large, photo dot size is like greater than some few hundreds. Okay, we just don't want that big of a photo. All right, and after this what we are going to do is again something similar, so we can just copy and paste it. 500 success false, and photo size should be less than 1 MB. We can say as the message, so photo size should be less than 1 MB. So this is basically standing for 1 megabytes. So that is it. I hope you're clear with that much, and we are done with the switch case. Now after the switch case we need to check for the user. So const user equals to await from the user model dot find by ID and update. This will be the function we will be using. So in here we're passing in request dot params dot PID. Now to extract this PID, you can see in the user router we send it here, right? Now if we put this colon and send PID, it will go into the request.param. So from there we can extract this PID. So now we are passing in the PID, and once we have passed in the PID, we can pass in the fields as well. So dot request dot fields. This will pass in all those fields, and once we have these fields, we can do new true. Now when we do new true, it will return us the new information as well. Okay, so now if we hit save, we have it something like this. Now once we are done with this much part, we will check if there is a photo, right? If there is a photo, user dot photo data of that thing will be equals to fs dot read file synchronously do that file. So we'll just do photo dot path, right? Now here we are basically not uploading it into any cloud storage or anything. We're just directly using file operations to manage the profile pictures, right? That is why it is like this. So user dot photo, and then we will have content type, not like this, we'll have it like this. So photo, the content type of the photo should be equals to photo dot type. Okay, photo dot type. And once we have this much, we'll just save in the new user. So await this user dot save, and it should be saved now. Now after it's saved, so result or response dot status will be 200. Okay, dot send, and in this send we will be saying success equals to true, and then the message profile updated successfully. Okay, we can save this much, and after this we will also be sending the user information. So you can just say user, right? Now if we have some error, we can basically have it. So let's try copying this one, and first of all let's log the error so that we can see the errors. So log error, and after that this return response dot, don't need a return here. So state is 500, send success false, and then error, maybe we can say error updating the profile, and we should be good to go. So now with this, the update profile functionality is almost done. So guys, currently we can't test this functionality for the update profile feature because we have to send in photo and all the details. So we will directly test this functionality when we are integrating the front end. All right, so for now let's move on to the next functionalities. So now let's work on the get profiles, like get me the list of all the profiles. That is what we are going to do now. So let's do module dot exports dot get profiles. Now in this we are going to say async request comma response, and 1 second, perfect. Now right now what we are going to do is again use a try catch block, and in the catch we will have the error, and in the try block what we are going to do is, first of all, we will have, because we cannot get the list of all the profiles at once, we need to implement some kind of pagination there so that first we'll get the first 9, and when we click on like load more, then it will add on to the next 9 and the next 9, like that. So we basically need to implement pagination here. So we'll get the page details first. So page equals to request dot query dot page. Now if it exists, parse it as an integer, and what we are going to do is request dot query dot page. Simple. If it is not there, we'll just get 1. So next we can get the limit. So limit will be 9, like at once we will just fetch 9 profiles, and then const skip will calculate how many to skip, like from page minus 1, and multiply this with basically the limit, or you can directly multiply it with 9 because I have a variable specifically for that. We can do it this way. So now what we need to do is we need to find the users applying these constraints of the page. So we can do something like this: const users equals to await user dot find. Okay, we are going to find all of them and apply filters to this. So dot select. Now this will give us only these informations which we write in here. So we want the name, we want the email, we want the gender, we want the bio, we want the username, and if he has a photo or not. That is it. After this we will sort them as per the created at, like I want them in descending order. The accounts which are created the latest should be shown on the top. That's how they will be shown. And after this we will do skip the first skip elements. Okay, we'll skip them, and then we will add a limit so that we can get only the limit amount of profiles. So this should be it. And after that we are going to check if there are any more profiles, right? We need to make that check as well. So const total users equals to await user dot count documents. This will count the total number of documents in the database, and then we'll have like a has more to check if there are more users. So total users greater than page times limit. So the current page times 9 will give us the total number of users fetched till now, and if the total users is still greater, we'll have a true. If not, it will be false, right? So after this we'll send the response. So response dot status 200 dot json, and in the json we'll be sending success true, and then we have message profiles fetched successfully, and then we pass in the users we extracted, and then we'll pass in the has more, like to notify the pagination. And then basically we have our error caching, so we can just copy this and paste it in here. We log in the error, and then state is 500, send success will be false, message will be error in getting profiles, error in getting profiles, and we should be good to go. Now we can add this in here, like the user router, and we can basically test this one at least. So we can in here copy paste this, and the route will be something like slash profiles, And then we need to have user middleware here, but we don't need the formidable, and it is just basically a get request because we are only retrieving some information and nothing else. And the name of the function is get profiles, so we will have to get that get profiles, and here let's use get profiles. It's showing some errors, so fine, now it's fine. So now to test this on Postman, what we can do is, for testing it, it's basically this. This is the base route, and to this we need to pass in query params. If we see the code, you can see we have this page thing. So add it here, page, and I will add the value to be 1. Now you see it's updated like this. And after that, in the headers, we need to pass in content type application JSON and authorization and your token here. So basically how to get this token, if we go to the sign in route, this is the sign in route, sign in, and you get this token, copy this token, basically paste that here, and we don't need any body here. So when we click on send, it will fetch us the first 9 users. Because we only have one user, that is me, in the database, it is giving me the first user only because he is the only user available. But if I do page 2, you will see we should get nothing. So yeah, we don't see anything, right? So it is basically working just fine. Now we can move on to the next functionality. So guys, the other functionalities are almost similar. So what we will do is we'll just go through them at once. So the one of the other functionality is the get single profile. If we want to search for a single profile, get that particular profile's information, then we're gonna use this functionality, that is get a single profile. So first we will find the user, only one user, so find one by his username. We will send his username into params. Like, why is this route? If you click on a user's profile, his profile should be loaded up, right? For that we are going to use this functionality. So it's simple, and we are going to select his photo only, and if the user does not exist, we'll return an error, user not found. But if he does exist, we're going to say success true and single user fetched. Okay, and this way it will be work. And now we have a particular function to get a user's profile photo, and then const user find by id. By the id in the params, you select the photo, and if user.photo exists and photo.data exists, then result.set, we have a content type of the photo's content type, and then return result.status 200, and then send that photo's data to the client. And if there is any error, show that error. It's basically that. And after this we have module.exports.get recent users. So what we are going to do is const users equals to await user.find. We are going to get like the top 5 recent users in the home page to show like which are the users who recently used the website or something like that, just for a little interactivity. So this will be used. So we are going to sort by updated at -1 descending order. The most recent users will come up at the top, and we are just going to limit this to 5, and then send those users. And if any errors, show that error. And then one more route is search for profiles, the search functionality. So here also we are going to have pagination as we did previously. So the same pagination, and the query, the username or something. So that is it. So if there is no query pass, so there will be no searching. And the fetch profiles based on pagination, right? So we are going to use the find operation from Mongoose, and then the user can search by another user's name or email. So we are giving both those options, the or. So he can also search by a name, he can also search by an email. This basically states that. Okay, and then we are going to select that the search results should contain a name, the email, the gender, the bio, and username. Okay, and then sort them based in descending order, and then skip it, and then add a limit based on pagination, right? So now again has similar check the total users, and then send the same result and error in getting profiles. It's almost the same thing. just a little thing over here, which is like we should be able to search by the name as well as email. That is one thing important which you should have learned new in this particular functionality. All right, with this our profile controller is complete. We can just now include all these functionalities in the user router so that they can be used anytime. So in the user router, let's import these new functions: get profiles, search profiles, and then what do we have? This is the search profiles, get recent users, get recent users, and then we have get single profile, and then we can have get single photo. Okay, it's get profile photo, get profile photo, and then get recent users. Search profiles is already included. Get profile photo, yeah, I think we have all of them, and now we can just implement the routes for them. Okay, so we have the get profiles, and after this we want to like get a single profile, right? So here we can add get single profile, and in here profiles, and after this profiles you'll send in username, user middleware, and then we have this get single profile. Get profile of a single user should be the next thing. All right, remove this, paste it here. Now we got the get single profile, and now we need the get profile photo. So we'll just quickly add it. It will be like profiles. So here we can do profile photo, and then we can pass in the profile ID so that we can fetch that, and then we will have the get profile photo. Is that right? Just right. So I think this should be good for now. If we need anything else, the other functionalities, we can add them later on, right? Yeah, actually we need them. So we need this search profiles and get recent users. Let's just quickly add them. We have implemented routes for all the profile controller functionalities, and you can have a look at them. Slash profiles for get profiles, and then slash profiles slash the username as a query parameter, get single profile, and then get the profile photo from the PID, get profile photo, slash search the user middleware search profiles, slash recent users, user middleware get recent users, etc, etc. So it's just fine. So now we're going to do is hit save, and the profile controller is all done. Now we can move on to the next part. Coming to the next part, let's start working API with the API endpoints for the status model. Like, what is a status? Like in the initial demo, I would have shown you something like in the home page we can send in messages, we can like the messages, we can add replies to them, stuff like that. So that thing basically we are going to call that status, or you can also call them messages. So it's just your choice. I'm going to call it status. So let's just work on that. So the first thing to have a status, because it's a new entity, we need to create a model for it. So let's go into the model and let's create a new file called status model.js. Fine. Now again, here we need to get in these things, schema and model. Perfect. Now after this, we'll just do module.exports.status equals to model, and within this model the name of the model will be status, and then we will need to have in the schema. And coming to the schema, this is how basically it looks. So we have the username, we store the username, we store the content like the text, and then we store the number of likes it has. The default value will be 0, and like it by, it will reference to each user. We are not going to show it, but just for storing if in case we ever need it. So just for that, and then created at when was that status created, and timestamps true. And then each status will have its own reply. Right now, for the reply, we don't need to store everything, so we are just going to store the username from whom it came. It's anonymous, but we are not going to show it to the client side, but we are going to keep it to ourselves, so that if sometime, let's say we are launching it on our own campus, and then if someone is like talking bullshit or not using proper words, we can use these to like report them or anything. So for that, that is why if you are building any project for, let's say, people, where you need to be a little secure on your part, maybe not let any of the people see it, but at least in the database, or at least from your side, you should know, like if something is going to go wrong, you should be able to fix it. So please keep that in mind whenever you are building something for the community or the public. Okay, so that is why we are saving all these. So in the root, it just stores the status from the status to which this reply is being added, and then we have the likes to the reply, like it by, who liked it, created it, and the timestamps true. So now we have these, and now we are going to create the status controller and work on the functionalities of the status controller itself. Okay, so in the controller directory, let's create a new file called the status controller.js, and in here we need to get the model. So status comma reply equals to require them from dot slash model slash status model. Right now, after this, what we are going to do is module dot exports dot post status. Now this will be used to post a new status, so we'll just basically going to say async, and then request comma response, and then we are going to use the try catch block, and in the try, first thing, let status be a new status. Instead of let, we should use const because I don't think it will be changed. So new status, and then we are going to set a username request dot username. Now this request dot username means it is coming from the auth middleware. The username is coming from the auth middleware. That is why we are directly able to access it from request dot username. Got it? So yeah, after this, what we can do is content request dot body dot content. All right, so we have these things set up. Other things have default values, so we don't need to pass them in. So now we can just save this, await status dot save. Perfect, fine. Now after this, return result dot send success true. Think okay, can remove this. Success equals to true, and then message equals to status posted. Fine. And after this message, we can pass in the status as well, just fine. Now in the cache, we can just log the error and after logging we can just have it. So let's copy it, go to the status controller, paste it. 500 false, error posting status, and it should be good. Okay, now after this what we are going to do is work on the next functionality, which will be to get the status, like fetch all the statuses which are available. So module dot exports dot get status equals to async request comma response. Try catch as usual. So we can just do const status, my bad, not here, it's error. Here we can say const status equals to await status dot find, right, and then request dot status doso, and then we're going to send, and in here success true, and then we can pass in the status. Okay, the status will contain all the list of the status, and then we can just copy this, paste it in here, hit save, error getting status. Now good. Now the next functionality will be to post a like. So coming here, let's copy paste this, and here we can say post like, and just we can update a few things. So 1 second, it is not request, it is response, and here also it should be response. So we are going to get the status, and here we'll have find by ID. So we are going to find pass in the status ID in the params. So here we can say request dot params dot ID, right, perfect. And after that we can get the user ID. So const user ID equals to request dot underscore ID. If you are directly accessing something from the request, just understand that it is coming from the auth middleware itself. Okay, and here we can make it capital I, fine, using camo case, and then we need to get the value equals to request dot params dot value. Now this value is the like count basically, and then if value double equals to 1, in that case what we're going to say, if the status dot liked by dot includes the user ID, if the user himself has liked the status, or you can consider it like, okay, it's not like the user himself has liked it, if the value is like 1, and then okay, the value 1 here does not mean that the count, it basically means the whether the post is liked or disliked. So depending on that we will have an if and else condition. So if the value is 1, the post will be liked, and we are basically checking here that if the like by includes the user ID, and if it includes, we are basically going to update the like count of the status. So we can say status dot likes plus equals to 1, as simple as that. And then status dot like by dot push, we can push this new user ID into that. And then we can save this status, just perfect, and then send the response to the client. Good. And just we can correct this. Now coming to the next part, if the user doesn't include into the liked by users, so we can just add else condition in case for the error handling. So we can just say response dot status 400 not found dot send, and we can send in the message user already liked this status. So now coming on to the next functionality, we can use the module dot exports dot post like. So adding a like to the status, that is what this is basically is. So request comma response. 1 second. And yep. And then we have our try catch blocks. Within the try, first of all, what we need to do is get the status. So const status equals to await status dot find by id, and the id will be passed in the params. So we can do request dot params dot id, right? After this we need to get the user id as well. So const user id equals to request dot underscore id, and then now this request dot underscore id means that we are directly accessing it from the auth middleware. All right, and then we'll have a const of value. Now what does this value means? Whether the user is liking the status or disliking it. If the value is 1, he is liking it. If the value is like 0, he is disliking it. That is what it means. So if value double equals to 1, the user is going to like it. So we are going to check here. Now if we have something like if status dot liked by is the array of people who like the post, right? So if it doesn't include this user id, not, because you see the not, if it doesn't include the current user id, that means a new user is liking the status. So we can just say status dot likes and increment it by 1, right? And then status dot liked by dot push this user id in there, so that we are adding this user to the like it by people. And then we are going to save this. So await status dot save, just perfect. After this we can just send in a response, and here we can say message like success or anything meaningful if you feel so. It's our choice, any message we can send in here. So fine. But what if the user is already included in the like by people? So in that case we'll just send response.status, let's say 400 for this, and then we can just send it in. The message will be user already liked the status. Okay, so this is going to be the message, and else, that is if the value is going to be 1. Okay, instead of else let's use else if, so that we can change something later on. So else if we will set the value to be, if the value is like 0, that is not liking. So we're going to say if status dot liked by dot includes this user ID. In that case, status dot likes minus equals to 1. Alright, and status dot like it by is equals to status dot like it by dot filter. We got the ID, and then we got the ID dot toString. Now we are basically removing this particular user ID from the like by array, so that is why we are filtering it, right? toString, and then not equals to user ID. Perfect. Once we have removed it, once we have filtered and removed it, what we can do is save it. So await status dot save, and then send in the response message status disliked. Just perfect. And then we will have an else condition, just a random case. So here we can just say results dot status 400, just in case if there is some other like value passed in by mistake, let's say. In that case, what we can say is we can send in a message saying incorrect value or something, just that it, and then we just have the catch, and here we can just say error liking the post, and that should be done. Now let's check on to the other functionalities. Is one of those is post reply. So we are having the reply context from the requested body, and the ID will be passed into the params, and then we are forming a new reply. We add the username to it, we add the content and the ID, the root, and then we save it, and then we send in this response, and we have the obvious catch error handling, and then we have get replies, like list the replies of a particular status. So we have the ID, and then we find all the replies for the from this ID will be like of the status. This ID is the status's ID, and then we find that by the root, and then select the replies which has this particular status in as the root, right? And we are going to fetch the content, the number of likes, the created at, and the like it by of each replies, right? And then what we want is we want to get the replies in reverse order, so we are just basically reversing the array and sending in the reversed order. It's basically that. And then, or you can also use the sort functionality here, which is just fine. And then the error handling, just fine. And then this is the functionality to add a like to a reply. So we are going to pass in the reply, the ID of the reply by the query params, and then find that reply, find the user ID from the auth middleware, and then we have the value if he's liking it or disliking it. So if not reply liked by includes user ID, we are basically incrementing the likes count, and then we are pushing this user ID into the like it by array, and then we are basically saving the reply, and then we are just sending in the message. And this is the other similar thing which we previously did for the status like feature. And that is all for the status controller. Now we can actually move on to the crush controller, and that will be a little crazy part, so let's just start with it right away. Now before moving on to the crush controller and other controllers, we need to create a status router to handle the functionalities of the status. So in the router, let's create a new file for the status router. It's not status, it's status router, just fine. And then the JS, and this is the code. Now basically we are getting the router, we are fetching all those functionalities from the status controller, and this is going to be small c, right? And then we initialize the router, we get the user middleware, and then we get this /get for the get status, /post for the post status, and we have this for the post like, the post reply, the get replies, and all the functionalities are just here. You can just save this, and now we will have to include this in the app.js. So what we are going to basically do is Control C, and here we can do status router, and here we can just fetch this status router and just add it here. So to add it, we can just say /status and use the status router here, just fine. And now it's included, so it will work just fine. So yeah, now we have made the status router as well. And now we will need to work on the crush controller, the functionalities to add a particular person to your crush list and send in messages to your crush, handle the notifications for that and that stuff. So let's just get started with it. So coming to the crush controller, let's create a new file to handle its functions, crush controller.js. So we have this crush controller now, and the crush controller.js will need to have some functionalities using the node mailer mail transport. So basically to send notifications if two people have a mutual crush on each other, or to just if someone added a particular person to their crush list, they should be notified. Like these functionalities are just so that to pique the interest over the app. Like let us say some particular user has not used the application for quite a while, so we can, like, whenever someone adds them to their crush list, they will be notified, okay, someone anonymously has added you to their crush list, visit GitHub right now so that you can explore more, something like that. But we are not going to reveal who that particular person is until they both have a mutual crush on each other, right? So that is what we basically have. So before starting to work on the crush controller, let's implement the mail controller so that we can directly use its functionality and features in the crush controller, right? So we do .js. Fine, we have the mail controller now. So now let's import the node mailer equals to require, and then we see this node mailer, and then we're going to say const user, and then we're just going to say require, and then / model / we're going to get the user model, just fine. And now we will have some functionalities. We will hardly need to have two functionalities here. So one will be to send a notification and one will be to send a mail, like to both the users. We'll be sending a mail for their like for the mutual notification there will be one functionality, and for the notification a random notification for some other. So we are basically going to implement only two functionalities here. Functionality is send mail, so we are setting up the transporter from the node mailer. So the service will be Gmail, and you know these basic things as we previously did. And we are going to find the two users. So here we are going to pass in the profile ID and the user ID. Like the profile ID is the one which we are, like if you are using the application, your ID will be the profile ID, and the person you have crush on will be the user ID, and vice versa depending on how you want it to be named. So we get the user 1 and user 2, and we select the email name and username, email name and username, and we form the email content. Now this will be the mail options. From to the subject, you have a crush, you and this person's name and this person's username have crush on each other, it's time to go and confess your love, something, just random text. And then this is for the other person, and we are basically sending mail to both of them using promise, JavaScript promises. So yeah, and then this. Now because this is not an API endpoint, this is a helper function which will be used via the crush controller. All right, and similarly we have a send notification. So transporter, so this will receive the email subject and the HTML message and the mail options, and we are just basically sending it in, and we are basically exporting the send notification and send mail so that we can import it and use in the crush controller. That is basically it. I hope you are clear with this much part, right? So now let's get ahead with the crush controller. So now coming to crush controller, first let's import the user model. So here we have it, require /model, and then the user model. This is basically what we need, and then we are going to import the send mail and send notification from the mail controller. Perfect. We got the send mail and send notification. Let me check the spellings once. Let's make it small s here, and this will be small m, just perfect. And this will be small s. Hit save, and here also we need to make a small s. Perfect. Now coming back to this guy, what we can do is, first thing, the first functionality will be to like send a DM. So we can call it send DM equals to async request comma response, and then we have it. So a try catch block, and then here we have like const username, const username equals to request dot params dot username, and then you can pass in the const DM equals to request dot body dot DM, the message, and then you can just update the user. So await user dot update 1, and in here we are going to search the user by his username. So username, instead of username you can also use the email here, so it's basically your choice, right? And after this we need to use the push feature to push this message into the user's DM basically. So here we're going to say DMs and then DM. Perfect. And now let's compose an email and use the send notification feature. So here what we're going to do is, let's create an email first. So email, so we username plus just @gmail.com, because that will be the mail ID used by most of the people, so we can just use that. Or as I said, you can also pass in the mail ID in the params and use that as well. It basically depends on it's basically your choice. So after this what we are going to do is, we are going to use the send notification, and to this we are passing in the email, and then we are also passing in the subject, and here we can write something like kitty love, and then you can say someone sent you a message from your profile. This will be the subject, and after this subject we will have to pass in the HTML message. So I'll just paste it in here. Second, just fine. This is the body. Someone on GitHub has sent you a message being your profile, and we just add links to the website. Now this is the hosted one, so we can just save it like this. You can modify this message anytime, so it's basically your choice. And after the send notification, we are just going to send responses. So result response.json, and in this JSON we are going to say success equals to true, and then message equals to message sent successfully, right? Perfect. Now in this catch error, what we can do is log the error basically, and after that what we can do is response.status 500 dot send, and false, and after that message failed to send, try later. That's it. That will be the message, and we are good. Now this functionality is done. The send DM functionality is done. Now we need a functionality to like check if a user is in crush list of someone. So we can do it something like this. So we can do it something like this. So const check if in crush list is sync. Now this is a helper function, so we are just writing this as a function. So PID and then passing a user ID as well. Now what this function will do is first find the user equals to await user dot find by ID, and then PID, and then if not user, what we are going to do is return false, that not available or something, some issue, something like that, and check if the user's crush list contain the user ID. So to do that we can do something like const is in crush list, so user dot crush list, I think it's small. If we can check the user model, maybe, yeah, it's crush list, okay, small l. So user dot crush list dot includes this user ID. If it includes this user ID, then it will be true, right? So return is in crush list, right? So now we have done this. Now we need to put this thing into try catch block again. So Control X and then try catch. In the try we paste it this way, and the error is, for the catch block we can say something like console dot error, and here we can just pass in the error, right? And after that return false, hit save, and it will be formatted just fine. Now the next functionality to be added is like add to crush list. So module dot exports dot add to crush, and then async request comma response, and in here try catch block, and within try we're going to get the username from the params. So request dot params dot username, and then find the user, const user equals to await user dot find one, and we can just find by the username, right? And once we have found this much, when we say const profile id, we are going to get so current user dot underscore id, that's the profile id, like which user is supposed to be added into the crush list. That is what this PID stuff, like this is the other user, not the current user, because we have found the user here and this is getting his or her ID. Now for the current user we are going to get it now. So current user equals to await user dot find one, and in this we are going to pass an email, and then we're going to set request dot email. That is it, right? And after doing this request dot email, we are going to check like if current user, if the current user dot crush list dot length is exceeding 3, like we are limiting him to have only 3 crushes. We don't want people who have crushes on like 100 people. We do not bother about them, we only bother about genuine people. So we are only limiting it to 3, so we'll just say return, like 3 is also a very big number if you want to have crush on people, right? So it's basically like that, so that's why. So 400, and then send the success will be false, and the message is going to be crush list can only have up to 3 profiles. So crush list can only have up to 3 profiles, just fine. And after this if condition, like if it is not returning anything, in that case we'll just say await user dot update one, user dot update one, and we are going to update him by his email. So email will come from request dot email, which is from the auth middleware. And then what we are going to update is we are going to use the push operation, and we are going to push into the crush list this PID. I think it's clear. Okay, we need to add in curly braces here as well. Now it's fine, right? Now we have done this. Now we have to update the other user as well. So await user dot update one, and in here we are going to search by the ID, the PID, and then what are we going to update is that we are going to increment the value of his crush count. So increment the value of the crush count, that is basically it. So crush count and increment by 1, that is it, fine. And once it is done we can send in a notification. So update 1, and here we can call the send notification helper function. So user dot email, and then we are going to pass in the subject. So something like this: someone added you as their crush. Okay, it needs to be a comma here, and then we pass in the HTML message. So just this: someone Grillo has made you their crush, and just visit the application now. That is what it's stating. So after this we need to do something else as well. So here we'll just check if the user with the profile ID also has in their crush list. If they have, we are going to send them the mutual crush notification, right? So const is in crush list. Now this is the helper function which we wrote previously. So await check if in crush list, we are going to pass in the profile ID, and then we are going to pass in the request dot underscore ID. Okay, and after that we're going to check if is in crush list. If this comes out to be true, in that case send the mail PID, the request dot underscore ID, send to both of them, and just set them up. That is what this does. And then we are going to say response dot status 200, and then dot send, and the send we'll just say success equals to true, and then we're going to pass in a message stating added. So here we'll say username to crush list. That will be the message, and then we basically have an error handling. So we can just copy it from here and paste it in here, and it's save. I think that should be fine. Okay, so here we can add the error adding to crush list, error adding to crush list. I think this should be fine. Okay, now we can save it. So this much part is done, and coming to the next thing, we have a next functionality to maybe like remove from the crush list, and then we will have to delete the DMs as well, and then to get a crush's details like that, and then get all the DMs, and then update the public and private privacy mode of each of the profiles. These are few more functionalities which we need to work on. So let's just directly add them so that I can explain and finish them up in a much briefer way. So now coming to the next functionalities, the first one will be the remove from crush. So we have the profile ID and then the updated user. We are just going to remove it. So crush list, from the crush list remove this PID. That is what is happening here, and reduce the crush count as well for the other guy. And then updated user, if the user is updated, successfully removed element with PID. If it's not, user or element with PID not found. That is basically it, right? And then we have this delete DMs functionality to delete a DM. So you pass in the PID, and then you empty the entire DMs list, and you successfully deleted all the DMs the user has. And then get crush list. So this will fetch you the crush details of the crush person. So we are going to find by the params PID the name, the username, and the gender. If the user does not exist, user not found, and the error handling. And then we have this get DMs functionality. We have the ID, we get all the DMs, whether it is private or crush list for all the DMs, and then if the user does not exist, and other basic handling, right? And after that we have the update state of profile view, so it can be private or it can be public. So if is private, this will be true or false, right? So whatever this is, we are pushing it in the user ID, and because find by ID and update, we are updating is private state to either true or false based on this value, right? So that is basically what is happening. So this is crush controller, and we are basically done with the crush controller and all the respective controllers. We just now need to integrate them into the user router. Currently we have done this till profile router, so we will have to do for the crush controller, and we should be done. So let's just directly add them as well. So as you can see here, we have added the new routes. So for the adding a DM, send DM, this is it. And for adding to crush list, we have this remove from crush list, and then delete DMs, get crush details, user middle, and then get DMs. And then we have this update private, and we have this one as well, like to check if the current user is logged in or not from the client. Like let us say you opened the website sometime, and then for a month you haven't opened it and your token got expired. So basically in that case, when the user comes back again, first you will check if this user is currently logged in or not. So you pass in the token and check he is logged in or not, and if he is yes, then just send him a positive response. If not, it breaks in between. That is what this does, and that is the main use of it. So with this, we have completed the backend implementation. Now we need to get started with client. If there are any errors and changes required as we go through the front end and integrate each of the API calls, we will be coming back to the backend to fix them, right? So let's get started with client as soon as we can, so that we can completely build this dating site. And yeah, it could bring in a good experience of building an actual working project for people. So yeah, let's get started with the client app now. So guys, now let's just simply continue with the client setup. So we are in here, the dating app tutorial directory, and in this now I'm going to create a new directory called client. So because we are going to use React.js with Vite.js, which makes React quite faster, we are going to set it up using Vite. So what we need to do is we need to copy this. Now don't directly run it, type in dash dash template so that we can get a specific template as we want. So we press in Y, and the project name will be client. Like I want it to be named client within this directory, so I will just say that. And then I want it to have React, and I just want JavaScript for now to keep it simple. So yeah, cool enough. So now you can see we have this client directory, right? So the first things first, let's set up the .env pretty quickly so that we have so that we can use the backend APIs in our front-end application. All right, so let's just quickly set that up. So for that, we will have to create a .env file, right? So in here, let's create a .env. And remember one thing, whenever we are using Vite.js, we need to start the variable names in the .env with Vite. So Vite underscore API is what I'll say is equals to, then we can paste the backend URL. We are running the backend on localhost 3001, so I'm going to copy 3000, paste it here, and then just simply make it 1. Now this should be fine, right? And the IENV setup is now basically done. So coming to the next thing, what we are going to do is go into the source directory, and let's just start this application first. So I'll just say nodemon index.js so that we start our backend, and then coming here we can do cd client, and then we can do npm run dev to start our front end. Okay, we are getting some issue here. So right, we have to first do npm installs to install the dependencies and everything which Vite created via package.json. So once it's done, I will see you soon. So the packages are now installed, but before we continue, there is one more thing we need to do. I will add these links in the description so you can directly get them from there, but For now, we just need to install Tailwind CSS because it highly speeds up our designing process. So yeah, it's a very good choice to use Tailwind CSS. Now what we need to do is add this Tailwind Vite plugin to your Vite configuration. So what we do is, here we have vite.config.ts. All we need to do is import this guy, paste it in here, and then in the plugins we need to add this much. It's an array, so put in a comma and then paste. Hit save and the configuration is done. And then we need to import Tailwind CSS in our index.js. One second. Index.css at the top, and we have it. That's all. Now we can just do npm run dev and start our application. So npm run dev. Okay, I see some error. Okay, let me just quickly check why this is coming up. After researching the issue, I got to know that it is happening because of obviously the Node.js version is quite old in my machine, so I just need to upgrade it. So I'll see you soon after I upgrade it. So after upgrading to the latest version, it started running just fine. So now if I open this URL, we see this. So now the setup is done, and let's just do a little testing. App.js6, we have this, let's say Vite plus React. I want to check if Tailwind CSS setup is done or not. So I'm going to say text Excel and text green. Okay, I think it's already Excel, so I'm gonna make green 700. Yeah, it's working just fine. So it's opened up this, yeah, just good. Everything's just working fine. So now what I'm going to do is remove this for now and just place a div for now so that it becomes totally empty. I'm gonna remove all this code from the index.ts and just keep a basic styling. So we have import tailwind css is done, and just a basic styling for the body which we wanna add to the entire website. So background color is going to be hashtag 151128. Fine, you can see this is the color, and then we can add something like the entire text color should be white. Now this is basic css, and the overflow X should be hidden, which means I don't want the website to be scrollable in the horizontal direction. All right, so that is what I mean. So yeah, this is the background. This much, the index.css is completely done now. So now moving on to the next thing, what we need to do is we need to set up various components, routing, and notifying packages, etc. So right, so for that what we are going to do is we will not be using any of the app.css, so just remove it. So we will be installing few more packages for that. So what I'm going to do is city client again, clear, and I want to first install React router DOM. This will be used to like basically for the routing for to making a single page application. Then we will need React Toastify so that we have like toast notifications in the application, and I think these two are good enough. And then we might need Axios, but we can check that later on when we need it. So right now these are good enough. So let's just quickly import the required stuff for us. So let's remove this, and right, so now what we need to do is, first thing, we need to have something called as a toast container. So this toast container will come from where? It will basically come from the React Toastify, right? So let's just quickly import it. So import I don't know why I'm not getting any suggestions properly. Maybe I should check it once. But if we get like suggestions as soon as I type in toast container here and automatically imports it, that thing is just wonder. So now we have it, the toast container, and to use React Toastify, we need to import a CSS file as well, so that we import the particular stylings of the React Toastify. So what we do is React Toastify /dist / React Toastify.css. This is it. Now if we hit save, fine. So now within this toast container, what we need to do is, we don't need to do it like this, we can say just this, fine. And here within this toast container, we need to set up some like properties, like the positioning of it should be in the bottom left, and then we want to have it to auto close, right? I want it to auto close in, let's say, 3000 milliseconds, which will be 3 seconds. And hide progress bar. Now this will show the progress bar of the timing, and then we will have the newest on top, and this will be like false. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's add this toasting thing on the later part, not right now, so that I can show you live example of it as well. So for now, let's just comment it. We can add that later, right? So till then, let's set up some routing. So we're gonna get routes. Now these are supposed to be imported from the React router DOM. So let's now just quickly import the routes and route from, let us say it, from React router DOM. So import routes, route from React router DOM, right? This is it. And after this, what we need to do is, we have these routes. Within these routes, we need to have specific things. So for the route, what we are going to do is, when the path is like just a / or it's in the base URL, in that case, so should the element to be shown or rendered should be the home page. We don't have this home page just yet. We need to have it basically. And now it's just fine. So right now there is no home page, but we should see the home page. So what we are going to do is go into create this home page. We can go create a directory called pages in the client. So new folder, pages, and in here we can create this file. So home page dot JSX and then RFCE, and just fine. And we need to import this home page like this, and then hit refresh. Nothing's happening right now. So what I'm gonna do is close the server once and try restarting it. I don't know why we are not seeing anything. Just a second. I think it's proper. First thing to fix this is this. We need to set up this, like the user routes may be used only in a router component. So first we need to do, what we need to do is set up that, and to do that we can go to the main.jsx, and here we need to set up the parent functionality of the React router DOM. So for that, what we are going to do is simply import something called as browser router from React router DOM. And once we have this, what we need to do is we need to wrap this app around that browser router. So browser router, and within this we need to wrap it up. So now you see on slash, yeah, for testing I changed it to slash login, so you can just have a slash, hit save, and when we are here you can see homepage. So it's working just fine now. So one more thing what I had changed is initially the pages directory was outside the source. We just need to have it inside, so you can just drag and drop it and it will automatically import as well, most probably, or else you can just change this to have it properly imported. So once we have this home page, what is the next thing to have is we can have other routes set up as well. So now we have other routes for slash profiles and getting details of a profile, etc, etc. We will set up each of those components first, and later we can add route and paths for them. So for now, let's just create all the needed components and then we will move on to setting them up. So now let's just simply continue with the home page. So if we go to the home page.jsx, here we need to do quite a setup, right? So first things first, we need to use some use state hooks. Now what are these use state hooks? We basically use them for state management, like live rendering. If this changed, we will render something else and else depending on the state of a particular variable. For that thing we can use state hooks. So I'm gonna use a snippet and the name will be okay or set okay. We can just use okay or set okay, and initially it is going to be false, right? And then similarly we are going to have another hook for authentication, which we still need to set up, so we will use that, we will set up that as well. So right, so we'll just say const auth comma set auth, and then we are going to use a custom hook which we will create for the authentication. So for now let it be commented, and we also have to import the use state like this, and it's safe, right? After this what we are going to do is let's quickly set up auth so that we can use this use auth hook. So to use that, let's create a context folder here. So within this context, let's create some file called auth.jsx. Now what will happen within this is that we are going to set up our authentication, like fetch all the user information and save it, right? So how are we going to do that? So first things first, we need to create a React context here. So I will just quickly do something like const auth context. Now this will act as the context in the entire application. So we will use create context here, and the default value will be nothing, empty. So we have this much. And also to set it up, we will need a package called Axios, which is basically used to handle API calls. So we can do npm I Axios and it will automatically install. So once it's installed, let's create something called as an auth provider. Let's use something called as this auth provider, which will act as a provider to our components and children. So this auth provider will get something called as a children, and these children will be the one it needs to render, right? So let me give a brief explanation of how this works, right? So in the main.jsx, as we have this browser router, we need another wrapper around them which acts as an auth check, which will be this auth provider. Now this auth provider, each time some component is loaded, it knows whether currently the user is logged in or logged out, or whether he's a guest user or something like that. Depending on that, it will render the specific component which needs to be shown. That is why we need this auth provider. All right, So we have this auth provider. So here we will use the useState hook, and the name will be, we can say auth and set auth, and the initial value here will be a JavaScript object where the user will be null and the user's token will be empty. Alright, this is the initial value. Once we have this, we need to make a default Axios call. So we can just do something like Axios. Okay, we need to import it as well. So what we are going to do is import Axios from Axios, and once we have imported that, we will do Axios dot defaults dot headers dot common, and then we're gonna put in authorization. Now what does this mean? Now for every Axios call, for every API call, we are by default setting up the token into the header so that we need not do it again and again. That is basically what we are doing here. So we can just make this small a, because I think that is what we did in the backend. So right, and then we can do something like auth dot token. If auth exists, get its token and add that. Right, once this is done, we will have a use effect hook. Now what does this use effect hook basically does is that each time the component re-renders, it can call the functionalities within it, right? So we are going to use local storage to save our data in this application. So just get const data equals to local storage dot get item auth, and then if the data exists, we are going to pass the data. So const parse data parse data is equals to be json dot parse, and then we'll put in data, and then we're going to use the set auth and then set this data. So the initial values will be like that. Over those, we are going to update these parse data dot user, and the token will be parse data dot token. This much is fine, and if we hit save, we see some issue. We can do this much, and after this if condition, like this is all in the use effect hook, and after this use effect hook, we need to return the auth context. So return, here we will just say auth context and then dot provider, and the value which will be provided via the auth context will be the auth and the set auth function. Okay, and then within these we will be rendering our children. So whatever child props are passing in, those will be rendered here. And now to utilize this, we will have to create a custom hook. So let's do that. So const use auth equals to an arrow function, and then we will use the use context and pass in the auth context in here. Just perfect. And after that, we can just export these so that these can be used anywhere else. So export this use auth and then the auth provider. Perfect. Now let's just set up this auth provider in the main.jsx as well. So if we come here, let's remove the strict mode. We don't need it right now, so just simply remove it, and let's import the auth provider. So what we need to do is remove it from here, pass it in here. So we're done with the auth provider. We have almost perfectly set up the main.jsx, and I hope we don't get any errors in there. And now let's continue with the homepage.jsx basically. So here now we can import our use auth hook just like that. And after that, what we are going to do is, because it's the home page, so let's use the use effect snippet, and whenever the page loads, I want to give it a document.title, like show the website title. So we can just say document.title is equals to Kirillov, just like that. All right, we just need to remove this. Perfectly fine. After this, we need to have a use effect hook to like check the authentication state of the website. So for that, what we're going to do is use the use effect snippet, and this will change each time the auth dot token changes. Each time the token changes in here, we do that. So what we are going to do is, within this use effect, we will say something like const auth check. This will be acting as an arrow function, and then within this we will make an API call. So response is going to be await axios.get, and then here we need to pass in the backend URL, so backticks, and then import it. So import dot meta dot env dot Vite API. So remember, in the backend we were doing process.env.variable name. So here because we are using Vite.js, we're going to say import.meta.env.the variable name. All right. Now once we have the backend URL, after that we will be passing in users/user auth. Now remember, we added a specific route for the authentication. If I can show that to you, this one, this is what we are going to use here. All right, so that is it. Clear? So once we have this, once the call is made, what we are going to do is, if response dot data is like okay, in that case set okay to be true, like it's true, the user is properly authenticated. But if he is not, in that case we'll set okay to be false. And after that we will pass in a toast error saying session expired. Now what does this mean? Now suppose you logged into the website and then didn't come back to the website for a month. You should be logged out, right? So as soon as you come, the auth check will run and it will find out that you are not logged in. And if you're not logged in, it will give you a toast error called session.expired. Right. Oh, I think use state is not defined. It's defined. Then where are we seeing this error? auth.jsx. Okay, we need to import it, and then locals get item is not a function. I think it's dot get capital item, just right. Perfect. Now the errors are gone, and now in the homepage.jsx, what we are going to do is, this use effect is done. So here we can do toast.error, and after this we need to run this auth check as well. So what we are going to do is, if the auth exists and its token exists, in that case call the auth check function and hit save. Axios is not defined. Let's import Axios as well. Okay, now it is stating that we are not able to make a request from here, so we need to set up CORS in the backend. So how to do that? So it's quite simple. So to set up course, we are just have to go to app.js, and we have already have this. We just need to set it up. So to set up course, we can just use a command like this. So you can just remove this and add this as the origin, and the allowed methods are going to be post, get, put, delete, or batch requests. And if we hit save here and then refresh this page, you should see we are not getting that error anymore, right? So I think we don't have any errors on the server side as well, and just perfect. And the Vite is running fine, everything is running fine. So the auth check is not showing us any errors anymore. So now we can close this, and in here we need to return now based on the state. So now we need something called as a layout to like render the particular layout if the container is okay. So what we are going to do is let it be like this for now. Okay, so what we are going to do is go create a layout directory, layout file, so that we can structure our entire website. So that is the main task right now. So within the source directory, let's create a folder called as components, and within this components, let's create a directory called as layout. And within this layout, we will have three files. One is our footer.jsx. I don't know if we will even use this footer, but just keep it, and header.jsx, and then the layout.jsx. Okay, something, I think I created, let's delete them. New file, layout.jsx, just fine. So in the layout.jsx, before that, let's put an RFCE here, RFCE here, and then in the layout now, what we are going to do is RFCE, and then we are going to just add the header component here. It's not auto importing. Port. Okay, I think it's taking a small h. So what we can do is here, I'm having import issues. No problem, we can just type it in. And then import it. So import header from /header, and in the home page we can try rendering the layout. Hit save, and we can see the header. Similarly, in the layout we are also going to pass in some children, which this layout gets as properties. So it gets children as props, and then we have header, and then we can have a main, and we can give it a class name, some basic styling like minimum h of 84 view heights, and then within this main function we can pass in the children. Alright, hit save, and then we can have our footer as well. One second. Perfect. /footer, Right, so if we see, okay, footer is not defined. See, we see the header, we see the footer, right? So we have set up the layout now. So now what we can do is close these and then go to home page, and within this home page, within the layout, you can remove this divs and all this. So within the layout, what we are going to say is, if it's okay, like if the auth check is okay, in that case we are going to render something called as a status container. But if it is not okay, in that case we are going to show in a home container. Now we need to write code for both these components first, and once we have that, we can render them basically. So now this is the home page. We don't have the footer is not defined. Okay, home container is not defined, and we just basically need to work on that. So now I have added these assets directory so that we can use those images in the home container. So basically home container is the component which will be rendered when the user is not logged in, and the status container is the component which will be rendered when the user is logged in. Alright, so what we are going to do for that is, like, first let's build the home container. So within the pages directory, let's create a new folder called status, and now within the status we will have this home container.jsx. So let's do this home container.jsx, and in this let's do rfce, hit save, and also let's have this, what do we call it, the status container .jsx rfce, hit enter, and then if we can try importing them, perfect. If we come here, okay, I need to start the server, I ended it. Just perfect. I can see the home container. This is the layout. Now currently we are not logged in, so we are seeing the home container. All right, so next what we can do is we can just basically style it. So there is just basic text, no particular functionality in this home container, so I'm just going to copy paste it. I will share the code for this in the description, so you can just get it directly from there. So just to give you a little brief over how it works, so these are all the images which we imported from the assets, and then some basic text, and then adding those images in a proper structure like this, and then we have this register now button which redirects you to /signup page, which we haven't set up till now, but we will, and then few more images and text, and then that is all. And then we have this a link which directly sends some mails to this kittylove.team@gmail.com, which is a fake mail we created so that we can handle this website for the support mails and etc. And yeah, this is all. Now what we need to do is, next is we will be setting up a header. We don't need any footer for this website, so we can just comment it out. If we go to the layout, we can just comment it out. So yeah, I showed that to you just so that you can have an understanding of how we can create a proper layout. So this is basically it. So we can close the layout, we can close the home container. Status container we will work on later when we have set up the authentication. So for now let's just close it, and then we have this home page. It's almost done as well. Auth.jsx is done. App.jsx is almost, no, it's nowhere done. There's a lot more routes to be added, but yeah. So now let's work on the header, like building a proper header for our website. So let's get started with it. So the header file is also, most of it is a design, and using the previous functionalities which we created. So I will just quickly explain it to you, and as I said, you will also get the code for this in the description, so you can just have a look at there. So this is React. We are importing some basic functionalities from React Router DOM and the use auth hook which we created, and then the React Hostify, and these things are icons from Material UI. I will show you how to install it, so just wait for now. So we use this use location hook from React Router DOM. So what it does is it will give you details about the current route, and we have this current path name fetching from the location.path name. All right, and then we have this auth mob nav, like if it's a mobile display, mob nav will be true, and then we will be showing the mobile navigation structure, and if it's not false, then we will show the desktop navigation. So that is how it basically works. And handle sign out, you will have a sign out button, so when it's pressed, we will set the user to null, empty its token, and remove the item auth item from the local storage as well, and logout successful toast will be shown. Use effect, each time the location is changed, we change the set path location.path name. Why do we check the path? To actually show which page you are currently at, so that we can highlight that particular path name in the header as well. So this is the nav bar. So if the mob nav bar is true, show these, but if it's not, show the other part. So these are basically just links and everything, just a basic UI, and using the nav links from the React Router DOM. Now if we save this file and try to run it, you can see we don't have Material UI icons yet. So what we can do is go to this materialui.com/materialui/material icons. We just need to install it, so copy this much and open up the terminal, come here, paste it, hit enter. It will install, and then we will be able to use them as well. So now MUI is also installed, so we can give it a check right now, and if we reload, and now we see the header kitty love and all these. We can just remove this and this as well. So yeah, you can see this is what I mentioned, like if it's on the home path, this will be highlighted, and if we on /profiles, it will be highlighted. Right now we don't have any directory for the routing setup for it, that's why we are seeing a blank screen. So it will work the same. If you are on dashboard, the dashboard will be highlighted by checking on the path name. So that is how it basically works. So kitty love, like we have the profiles. When we click on kitty love, it will bring us back to the default route, the base URL, and yep, that is how the mob nav looks. If it's like small, we will have this. When we click on this, we will have something like this. It's as simple as that. All right, so guys, why I am pasting this code is just simply because to save on time. Like if I type every single detail, like from the styling to everything, this video is gonna be like more than 10 hours, which is like way too much. So my main focus is so that I can teach you the functionality of how to build a basic application, not the styling part of it, right? So let's just continue with our work. That is what is more important, right? As we are done with setting up the header, let's move on to set up the auth pages. Like what I mean is the sign in page, the sign out page, etc. So header is done. We can just close these guys for now, and let's, within the client, go to the source, go to the pages, and in here create a new directory called auth. Now in here we are going to have three components: one for the forgot password .jsx, right, rfce, and then we are going to have one for the sign in, so we can just say sign in.jsx, and then we are going to have one for the sign up, right? So hit enter, save, and then auth, and today sign up.jsx, just good enough, right? rfce, hit save. So first we need to work on the register functionalities. After that we can work on the login functionality. So let's just quickly add the code. So I'll just quickly add the code for this as well, and then we can add then I can explain you all the calls and all the structure of this one as well, right? So now coming to the sign up page, this is how we have these basic use navigate link. We get the we use this use navigate to navigate from one route to another route, right, to push another route into the history stack, etc. And this import and the use auth hook, and these for the sign up page, like the email, password to like confirm password, that thing, and the OTPs. Now here we will have two screens. The first screen will take few details, and the next screen, the OTP screen, will take the OTP for the verification, right? After the first screen, the OTP will be sent to your mail, and once you verify it from your mail, and then you can enter that OTP here, and then the second API call will be done. So this is the OTP screen. So if I can show you the calls as well. So this is the first call, which is being made to user slash sign up. All right, and to that we will send the email. Now if the response to data dot is a success, then we will show that message here, else we will show the error. And after that we will do a submit. Once the OTP is verified, you will be asked to add in a password. So you will make a call to sign up slash verify. You will give your email, the OTP, the password, and if it's success, we will get the auth details, and the auth details will be set, and then local storage will be set up, right? And then we will be redirected to the profile slash my profile, and the particular username, which is basically your page, like your profile page, which will be added later on, which we will add later on. But this is what the use of navigate, it will navigate us to this particular route. And this is some basic error handling, and registered GitLab will be the document title, and that is it. Now if we hit save, and now if we go to slash sign up, we can, okay, right now we cannot see it because we just have to set up the routing as well. So if we go to the app.jsx, here we can add it. So to keep it simple, we can just copy paste the above one and paste it below it, and slash sign up should take us to the sign up page like this. Similarly, slash sign in should take us to the sign in page, and then we will have a forget password route as well. So here if we make it forgot pass, just this much, we can add the forget password component here. And if we go to some route which currently does not exist, which means star, in that case we can show the page not found component. Okay, we haven't added that component yet, so let's do that later on after we check the sign up. So now this is the sign up page. Let's quickly test it with the new email. So we'll add the current email, Ashish lana90@gmail.com, and then create a password, and then confirm the password, and then click on verify OTP. Okay, I think we are met with an error. Let's go to the console. Not found. So let's check the backend once, maybe we can find something. So router, user router, /signup. I think, yeah, it's working just fine. Alright, let me check my mail once. So guys, I actually received the mail. There is some issue with the error handling, but the request was successfully made. So you can check if I copy this and then paste it up here, hit on submit, we are redirected to this page. Now if we open our MongoDB again and check for the user, it should be added. So click on browse collections, and if we see the users, we should have 2 users, my 2 mails. This one I tested from the backend, this one I just created, and yeah, the user is perfectly being created. So that's just awesome. So after that, what we can do is, we are done with this. So now let's just add this page not found. So in the pages, create a new file called page not found.jsx. It is some basic code, so I'm just do rfce for now to test it. So now we should see that page not found once we add it here. Save, and you see page not found, just perfect. So let's quickly add this code to page not found, some basic structure, and just give a go back button so that we see something like this. Click on go back and it will take you to the home page. Now because you are currently logged in, it is showing you the status container and that particular page is not being shown. That is how it is working, right? So now we can close this. Now let's work on the sign-in component. The logout functionality is already implemented because we implemented that in the header itself. So logout. Now you're redirected to the sign-in. If I go back, now we will see this home screen because we are currently logged out. So let's work on the sign-in component now. So here is sign-in. Let me just directly add the code again. The sign-in component. The first thing are the basic imports, the use navigate link, the layout, and the Axios use auth hook. And then we have the email, password. That is all we need to do the sign-in, right? And then the auth, and this is the navigate. Now this is the UI. We have the login, we have the input for email, for the password, and then the submit button. And if we have a if we forgot our password, we can use this route to go to the forget password, right? So the functionality here is quite simple. We are just making an API call from the data we have to user/sign-in. We are sending the email, password. If it's a success, show the success message and set the auth. If it's not, no, after login, just take to this particular route. So now if we see it, so coming to this guy, you can see it here. This is the login component. Because we are currently logged out, I will just log in with the current account. So this is it, and here we'll come out to like add in the password, click on login, and the page is not there. If you go to home, we should see this because we are currently logged in. And if you want to check my data, you can just come here, go to application, local storage, and here we have the auth. User logged in, success true. This is my token, and here is my user details, my email, my username. Cool, right? And always remember, for good applications, you should only store data like which are necessary, and because anyone, if a hacker finds out some of the important details, it should not be happen that way, right? So every single time, for every single application, the token is always saved because it is something you check if the user is logged in or not. You send in the token to the backend verifies, yes, this is the right token the user is logged in with, and you will let him stay logged in. That's how it works. Alright, when you are building an actual product or a good project or a startup, always keep these in mind. Alright, So after that, let's switch that to console, and yep, now let's work on the status container so that we can quickly have it. And yeah, before working on the status container, I also added this forget password functionality, which is also quite same. We are just making call to user slash forget password. We are sending in the email, he will get an OTP, and then we will show him the OTP screen, and then we will make a call to forget password slash verify, sending in the email, OTP, and the new password which the user is typing in. And that is how it works. This is the basic UI. And coming to this, if I show you, click on forget password, we come to this, we add the email. So I'll just show you. Like while copy pasting the, let's say, while copy pasting the, what do we call it, yeah, these designs, if you face any errors, just go through it. Like VS Code will automatically highlight if there are any import issues or anything. Check the console logs, chat GPT it, Google it, and that's how you actually debug properly. So right now the OTP is sent. So if we just refresh this mail, I think we should see it. Okay, you see here we have this new email, so we can just copy this OTP, come here, paste in the OTP, add in a new password. Click on submit, and I think it is supposed to work. Let's see if we see any errors. This is the token. Okay, I'm not seeing any logs, maybe because in the app.jsx we have hidden the toast container. If we have, see, for passwords didn't match, that was the issue then. Alright, my bad. Let's just quickly set up the toast container and then we can fix it. So coming to the toast container, we just need to make few more modifications to it. So we can do close on click, and then we can do right to left equals to false, and then we will have pause on focus loss. Now I will just remove it. We can make it draggable, and then let's give it a theme of dark, or let's just leave it. Let's add a transition to it. Let's make it bounce. Perfect. So now we should be fine. Let's just do ashisnalana90@gmail.com. So invalid OTP, some issue, but it is sent. Email has been sent. Like we need to make proper status use hooks so that it properly works. We can just work on those once we have the basic functionality done, so that we can resolve all those minute errors at the end. So let's let it just be like that for now. We can later on update it basically. So here is the new mail, just copy it and paste it here. I'm gonna enter the new password, click on submit, and the password is successfully reset. So now we can do this and then enter the new password, click on login, and user logged in. Just perfect. To check the login, we can just check the screen. Now let's move on to the status container. Guys, now we have added the required components for the status container as well: an input box, the messages, the recent accounts. So what we are going to do is, like, I'll take you through the entire structure. So the first thing, within the pages we had the status, right? Initially we had the home container, status containers. This is the status container which we are working right now. So these are the basic imports: the status card, each sub component like this one, the input, the recent cards, etc. We have the layout, and then we have some basic use states for the inputs and the components which needs to be rendered, and get status. Now this route is the get route to get all the statuses available. So currently there are no statuses, so that's why it's keep on loading. So we can just send in something like a hello, post it, it's added here. If I refresh, you see hello is there. So we are getting all the statuses which are available, and we are setting those statuses. So this is the use effect. Initially we'll call this get status, and then we'll also get suggestions, get the most recent users. These are the recent users, and then we will be setting those to the use state, the suggestions. And then we will have handle submit. This is to post a status. Right now these are the inputs. Like we have the input for share your thoughts, so it's basically this, the post button calls the handle submit functionality, and this. Then we have the status card and profile suggestion card, and this is the profile suggestion card. It's added here, you can check it. It suggests us the profile photo. It gets the profile photo. If it doesn't have a profile photo, we will use this robohash.org to generate a random profile picture like this. It generates it. Now how does this thing work? Like, let me show you an example. How does this robohash work? Now this is robohash. It basically takes this, converts into some encoding, and based on that they render some random image based on it. Now each time I reload this website, I will see the same thing. So it's basically using some kind of encoding to make it the same text every single time. Now there's not a rule that the same image will not come for any other. It might come for some other text as well, but most probably it is not, because there are so many of those pages, right? So what I'm saying is, in here, let's make it Ashish. I will see a different image. You see, I see a different image. But if I refresh, I'll get the same thing. If I say, let's say Abhi, and then we see a different image. So that is how it basically works. So we are using that here, and if he has a profile photo uploaded, you show that. If he doesn't have, show this. That is how this profile suggestion card is working, and the data for it is already coming from the status container, which is fetching all the recent users. And then we have the status card, which shows the like count, the comment box for each status. So if we come here, we can like it, we can see the reply box. Let's add a reply, hi, post it, and we have this hi. We can like the reply as well, right? Just cool. If you want to show who made this message or everything, you can just add those, because we are storing that data into the database. So you can also add functionality to like show that name in here, so it is just fine as well. So yep, even if we refresh, you will see the like count is updated. If we check the replies, we see that it's also liked, and yeah, it's just working awesome. So that is the status container. These are the other components which are requiring that. So other calls are also being made. So now I think you understand like how easy it is to actually set up React and make API calls, save data. In the front end, the tedious task is the authentication setup and the state management. If you master just those two things, making API calls, rendering UIs using AI, and all that stuff just becomes very, very easy. So that is what my main goal for you is to learn from this video, or else this video is just going like 10-15 hours, because yeah, this project literally took us like a month working on it slowly. So that's why I'm just sharing the code. All right, and because now we are done with the status container, we can move on to the profiles and these other components. Now as I previously mentioned, you can now notice the navbar. When I'm on profiles is like highlighted, then the dashboard, then the profile, just like that. Fine. So let's work on this profile. So what we are going to do is, let's close these for now. Now this loader component is basically just a circular progress from Material UI. How to get it? You can just go to Google, and here you can just type in circular progress MUI, and you will get the first website. You can get the circular progress. If you want, you can use linear progress like this. So it's just a real good library of using pre-built components. That is how it is. So here, first we need to work on various components and then just make multiple calls. So what I will do is I will add all those components, explain those to you, and then we can add routes for them as well. All right. So let's just quickly do them. As you can see, I have added this user directory which has 4 more components, one for our own profile, one for the list of profiles of all the users on the website, and then we have my profile, like our current profile, and then we have this dashboard, like user dashboard. I'll just show you what each of these components are, but before we actually check them out, we need to add them to the app.jsx, right? So in the app.jsx, we need to make another check, like if the user is logged out, he should not be able to access these routes. For that, what we need to do is add a checker. So to add this checker, we can, in the components here, we can create a new directory called routes, and within this routes we need to create a file called private.jsx. Now what does this private.jsx does is that it checks whether the current user has access to this particular page or not. That is all. Let's just quickly implement that as well. So I'll just do rfce, and then let's just make it private. I want to rename it, so I'll just make it private route. Alright, like this. Then I will hit save, and in here also we will have similar use state hooks. So we can say use state, and then use state snippet, and then here okay, and then we have set okay. The initial value will be false, right? And then we will use the use auth hook. So const auth comma set auth equals to use auth, and then we have this, and then we have use effect, and then in this use effect snippet, what we are going to do is simple. So this will be called based on the auth. If auth exists, get the token. If any changes to token, reload the component. That is what this basically does. And within this use effect, we again have the auth check function. So what we can do is copy that auth check. Is it here? Not here. We need it somewhere, right? Just a minute. Reload the auth check functionality in somewhere, yeah. Here, no. We had this auth check functionality in the home page, so we can just copy that and use it here. So what we're gonna do is almost similar. So access.get, do this, user auth is okay, set okay true, and yeah, everything looks fine, and yeah, it should work. And then in the private route, we are gonna check something. What is that we are going to check? So we'll say if the state is okay, we are gonna render an outlet, and if the state is like not okay, we are gonna, one second, we don't have this outlet component just yet, but I'll just show you what it is in a few moments of time. So if we don't have the status okay, in that case we will show the spinner. Now what is the spinner component? What is this outlet? thing I'll just tell you. Now, outlet is something from React order DOM. It is okay, check, and then it will pass on to, yeah, it will go to the next routes. You will understand more about outlet when we set up the actual routes for the other pages. So just have a little patience and just wait for it. So we'll just import this outlet. Can you try this? Yeah, we just have to import it from React order DOM like this, and it should be good. And just perfect. We can import React Toast as well, Axios as well. We are good to go, and now we just need to create a spinner component. So here we can do spinner.jsx, and in the spinner.jsx we just need to create some functionality like a loader and a count. Like after 5 seconds we should be redirected to /login if the user is not present, something like that. So here is the code for spinner. What we are basically doing is a counter of state 4, so we'll wait for 4 seconds. Every second we will reduce the counter value, and if it's to 0 we will redirect the user to /signin, and some loading symbol so that the user knows that he's being redirected. So that is what it does. We are done with this and this. Now the next thing to focus on will be the app.jsx and the routing, which needs to be done here. So in here what we need to do is come down. So here, before, always keep the page not found route at the last. Alright, that's a good practice, that is all. So now what we are going to do is route, and then within this route what we are going to do is, when the path is like /profiles, we're going to render the element. The element to be rendered will be the private route. Okay, now we need to import it. It's in the routes private, right? Yeah. Now we have successfully imported it. Now after this, what we need to do is, once it is done, instead of closing this route here, what we can do is we can end it here. Now within this, if the private route satisfies and it returns an outlet, then it will render the other routes which are inside this thing. So that is what is the main use of the profiles, the outlet, right? So now we can do route, and then the path will be equals to all, and then we can have the element equals to the profiles, which will render all the profiles, not this, profiles, just like that, and then we can end it just like this. And then we will have few more routes, one for my profile and then username, my profile, and then the username, which will be passed in as params, and here we have to render the my profile component. And then after this we are supposed to render the dashboard. So for the dashboard route we will basically render the dashboard. Okay, and after that we will have profile/username, profile username, and here we will render the user profile, this one. Just perfect. And I think we have implemented all the routes. We just Now nicely need to import these guys. Okay, we can just import them ourselves. So import my profile from dot slash user slash my profile. I can just copy paste this, and then we can import the dashboard, and then we can import the profiles, and then we can import the user profile as well. User profile, and then the profiles, and then the dashboard, and I think we are good to go. It is saying spinner is not defined in the private.jsx, right? We need to import the spinner. So the spinner is like this. So import spinner from dot slash spinner, and you can see this is the home, this is the profiles, you can see the users, you can see the dashboard. Okay, you cannot see the dashboard. Why so? Okay, now we can see the dashboard. No crush yet. Messages for you. I can make it private. Profile setting updated successfully. And then this is our profile page, our own profile, and this will be some other user's profile. Okay, this is not set up perfectly, the user profile thing. We need to check it. So here we will have to add profile slash username, and now it's fine. So we can come back. Okay, yeah, the problem is that we have to get it out of here and paste it in here, then it should be fine. And you see this guy is Ashish Nalana's profile, that is mine itself. So this is how it is basically working. So I think everything is just working fine. Now we just basically need to handle the error handling so that we can have them properly. Let's just test if it's working fine or not. Let's just register with a new account. So I'll just say Ashish Nalana and then 90 because it's already registered, so we should get an error. So let's just test it, and user already exists just fine. We are getting proper errors. And email, let's just try to log in. I think, yeah, user login perfectly. Everything is working just fine, guys, so no issues in here, everything's just fine. So that is it. Now all the functionalities are working as in the demo, as I showed you in the starting of this video. So if you have any kinds of queries, anything, just let me know in the comments below. And all the code files which I have pasted, instead of explaining the UI, the designs, the CSS and all that, those will be added into the description. You can directly access them right from there. So I hope you got to learn something crucial. So the main focus was the backend. The front end is the basic auth setup, the proper rendering, and the route setup. These are the major important things. The API calling and the UI is quite simple, as I already explained that to you. So yeah, that is basically what it is. So that's all for this video. I forgot to tell you something before ending this video. So yeah, thank you for watching.